Whoa, sorry about that, guys. That snuck up on me. It's 9:01 already. Well, first of all, good morning. Welcome to the pre-market show, the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Friday, June the 9th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me, see my screen. I was reading that article about Tesla and GM and the charging. Thanks, John Mack. All right, guys. Now, this is not that big a deal this morning in terms of look at all the stocks that are up 10%, hardly any, and look at the ones down 10%, hardly any. So, not a lot of action right now. Let's take a look at some of the things that are happening. SIEN gapping up on, I guess, on FDA news. SIEN, that's a big gap up, 76%. Low float, 9.7 million in the float. So I had the news after hours, the move area right here, holding that, basically holding that pop to get up to about 351. So it's, more or less holding that after hours gains. Now I took a small loss. Well, small. I took my manageable loss actually before my stop on this toy TOIE. When I first read it, I thought it was Tio. I thought, okay, I'm going, man, did it get under $1? Anyway, this is not Tio, of course. It's TOI. And so they did have some news. IB. I want somebody to phone IB today, and if you have to sit on the line for an hour before you get through, so be it. Seriously, I mean, this has been going on for quite a while. There's no data to display in a lot of their headlines. Anyway, this is the news. Gains 42% on a pack for AI-led cancer research. So that came from all the way from 65, got up to $1.14. I took this right around here, right around $1.06, had a little bit of profit in it. And then as it was starting to slide down towards one, I got out. So I will watch. I think I better have an alert just over $1, just in case it pops over $1 again once this market opens. So that's TOI. CFRX. Obviously, I had news after hours, got up to about 250. And this news rose 36% after positive data for its engineered license. Okay, so popped up after hours yesterday, but it's given a lot of that back. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. SNOA gapped up. SNOA, let's see if it's holding its gap. SNOA, big gap up, 51%. Introduces the next generation solution for pulse lavage irrigation in the European Union. All right, so there's your news for SNOA. Big gap up. What's the float? 4.6 million in the float. DOCU is an earnings play. So they released earnings after hours yesterday. Big pop up to 66, 67, drop. And still up 6%, but certainly down from the highs in the after hours yesterday. But I mean, this has to be watched because right here, this is where it is right now. And never mind what happened after hours. The next high looking left on the daily chart is 67. So it does have some room. Basically, that's where it got to. In fact, that's almost exactly where it got to after hours, right to that high, that daily high right over here. So let's see once the market opens, if it can kind of start to fill in this little void again. MDGS. Do I see any news on this? I don't see any news on this Israeli stock. Yeah, don't see any news on it, guys, but pop up through the 200 and moving average. Don't love it because I think, could stall at 7. Real is talking about BRZE. I don't think I really saw that one. Right here. That's why the volume is only 9,000, so it's not passing most of my filters, but well, my volume filter. But it is an earnings play. Okay, great. Earnings play, not too many of them. Docu was one of them. So BRZE is an earnings play. Just obviously needs the volume to pick up. CRISPR. Yeah, big news for CRISPR, CRSP. I checked the other two, EDIT and NTLA, not really moving. A lot of times they will trade in tandem, but this has specific news to it. CRSP, CRISPR. I'm hearing RGTI, guys, RGTI, or GTI popping up. Got through the 200-day moving average yesterday, held. It's the float on this one, 74 million. So it's a pretty big float actually for a stock to be up 22%. And there down goes ChargePoint. Again, with this news, you have to kind of read through it. Tesla and GM basically kind of with their charging ports, I guess, and trying to make some kind of a standard. And these guys, so this is affecting, but you have to read. That was a pretty good article that I read, but it's certainly short term anyway. It's definitely affecting these like EVGO and ChargePoint. I don't know what other ones, but and this is probably not going to load again. Come on, IB. But this is the article I read. Did GM Tesla just kill EV charging firms? No, here's why. But short term, yes. Okay, short term. Planet Labs, PL is an earnings play, real cheap one. PL is an earnings play. I wish it were an all-time low. It's not an all-time low. That might get me more interested in taking a short almost immediately. But anyway, PL is an earnings play, gapping down on earnings, 16%. When you mentioned IoT and Kramer, yeah, IoT is up. Not very much volume yet. Big float. Shortable for me. Shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Tons of shares, 3 million. Speaking of shorts, CVNA. Let's take a look at CVNA. No shorts right now. So they're being snapped up at Interactive Brokers anyway. They come and go all day long at Interactive Brokers. Well, the other one that we see, John Mack, is EVGO. Another one is down. I'm sure there are other charging stocks, but CHBT is one of the ones I'm certainly aware of. EVGO has been very active also in the past. And ELEV did a financing and just getting crushed on that financing, 30%. That's interesting, William. I did not know that about Fidelity and E-Trade. Interesting. It doesn't make any sense as a business to do that. You would think that, well, granted, it's free commissions at E-Trade. Fidelity, though, is not free commissions, is it? So you would think they would want, more trading the better. There must be a reason. Well, Fidelity is free also. Okay, well, I don't know. Maybe that's why, I don't know. Do other firms do the same thing that once the shares are gone to short, and even if they're covered, they don't reappear? Obviously, IB does, but I am paying that horrendous half a cent a share commission. Huge tongue in cheek. Who's your broker, Blaine? Oh, Fidelity. So Fidelity does have shorts. William, there must be a reason why you have E-Trade at all. I don't understand why you always seem to rail against them. All right, guys, 9/11. So let's take a look at the upgrades and downgrades this morning. My guess is we're not going to have too many. And the answer is, yeah, not too many of either. Let's take a look if there's any one of them is interesting. So I'll get the upgrades in now. Yeah, I don't see anything that interesting. Interesting meaning maybe one company being upgraded or downgraded by multiple firms. I don't see that at all. I don't see anything from Goldman. Interesting. Path is downgraded, and I checked to see whether or not Path was shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. And if you recall, for me anyway, Path was not shortable. It had the big red dot, but that red dot is gone now. So I don't know if that was just a little glitch within IB for me that day because other people were saying they had shorts. Not that I want to short it necessarily, but why not? Wait a minute. I mean, 1766 is the next low looking left. So it had earnings last month. And the low 2 days ago was 1769. The low after that is 1668. Big float, 384 million in the float, but so William, how about you adopting me? And then I can be one of your kids. I'm going to stick an alert here for Path to see if it takes that out. The 2 day ago low. You probably meant BRZE, right, Joe Dagger? But I will type in BREZ just in case that's what you meant. That is not what you meant. Okay, you meant BRZE. Yeah, I mean the volume will pick up. It is an earnings play. They released earnings after hours, so the volume will pick up. Had a big pop after hours, holding that pop. Okay, guys, nothing else is sneaking in here. This is a pretty quiet day. And again, the way I gauge it is that normally the change from the close percent, normally we got a lot of stocks in the pre-market that are up 10%. I usually have to scroll down to see them all. Don't have to here, and certainly hardly any down 10%. So not a lot of it's like super abnormal activity in the pre-market right now. KC is one. I didn't really talk about KC. I mean, had that tremendous run several months ago, and then went all the way back down to where that run started. High of a few days ago was 557. Yeah, I mean, you might want to keep an eye on it. Don't know if there's any specific news. Okay, so the insider buying, share purchase by vice chairman and chief executive office. All right, that's a pretty significant buy, guys. 2 million shares at 260. Oh, well, he's happy. What the heck would that have been? Oh, this is Hong Kong. Okay. This is Hong Kong dollars. Okay. So I don't know what that translates to US dollars. That's 260 Hong Kong dollars. If somebody could look that up. What is the conversion? 2.6 Hong Kong dollars. What is that in US dollars? Well, that's a lot of shares, 2 million shares. Okay, guys, I still have a bit of an eye on that toy, TOI, in case it pops up through $1 again. Really? Yeah. So you're trying to tell me 2.6 Hong Kong dollars, 2.6, one Hong Kong dollar equals 13 cents. I mean, that means they got 2 million shares way cheap, if that's correct. Hmm. Well, Sarky Trader, you got to have some chart knowledge, okay? I mean, I can't tell you. I mean, all I can tell you is that you have to follow the stocks all day long, okay? A top 10 list will be created. You can follow those stocks all day long, but now chart reading experience comes in, all right? Because a stock may have won a race earlier on, maybe not as won a race since then. It might be at a certain level. If you like, maybe it's bound, maybe it's pulled back to the VWAP, maybe it's pulled back to a moving average you like. There's no right or wrong. I can't just say, well, if this happens, take the trade. I'm sorry. I really wish it would work that way, but it doesn't. It's like anything else you see here, it doesn't mean just because I get an alert that, I pile into the trade. I'll try to explain a little bit later, as we see some of the stocks winning races. Okay. But there's no one way. Okay, well, we'll have to wait for the race to start. Okay. I mean, and it might take an hour. Okay. Well, I don't really use it that much. Okay. I mean, this is I think this is probably a lot better for people who are new because, as I will explain, an hour in, once maybe a top 10 list is built, it gives you a list of stocks to focus on. But it's not like I specifically use it. that much because I have, I have a different way of trading. But, once the market starts, we'll take a look. All right, guys, let's take a look at the indexes. All right. The indexes, the sectors, the major sectors. Okay, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So there's XLE, the major ETF for energy. So when you see 73% in red, what that means is that 73% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. Now we're in for interesting. We're in for a positive open. SPY is up a bit. So we see technology 81%. Technology is right now as we speak. Technology is a strong sector as we speak. Of course, that can all change once the market opens, but that's what we're seeing right now. Now, this is what I'm interested in. How much closer is XLE to the 200-day moving average? Get still up there, getting closer and closer. There's that blue line right there in the daily chart. How about retail? Just looking at the ones that are below, that were below anyway. Look at retail, guys. Wow, what a recovery. So retail is getting closer and closer to the 200-day moving average. I think healthcare was underneath or right around it. XLV was right around it. Yeah, so DocU, guys, is on the move. DOCU is on the move. DOCU is on the move. It's an earnings play. So again, just a little bit underneath the 200-day moving average. Financials, that's the one. Let's take a look and see how much closer financials is getting to that 200-day moving average. Look at this, guys. We're getting closer and closer. The rest of them I don't really have to look at because I kind of know, obviously, communications and tech. Let's take a look at tech, though. XLK. Yeah, I mean, way above, but it's financials. I mean, I think the day that financials cracks that 200-day moving average again, of course, all financials got hit hard in general just because of what happened with Silicon Valley Bank, etc. I agree, Hall. When she was saying, meaning the text to voice, I think she was saying something like Chat VP or Chat GPT or something like that. All right, guys. Somebody's saying I've got a reverb on my mic. Is that true for everybody? Okay, so it's on your end. On your end, Grumpus. You're in the minority. Lee is up here too, guys. AKLI is up here also. 19%. A lot of volume. Didn't really see any news on it. Let's take a look and see where this could go. I'm going to check the weekly chart for BRZE. Volume is, again, obviously the volume is going to pick up. It's only 22,000 right now, though. So on the weekly chart, let's take a look at where it could go. So the next high looking left is 40, around 40, 45 on the weekly chart. And welcome, YouTube. Welcome, YouTubers. Pioneer and Miko. And unfortunately, I cannot pronounce your name because it's in a script that cannot pronounce. DocU, guys, DOCU, DOCU. Again, the next high looking left on that weekly chart is about the high of the pre-market sorry, after hours yesterday. So Docu released earnings after hours. Big pop up to the 67 mark. Morning, Paul, in our YouTube room. Is the YouTube stream down? You guys can see me on YouTube, right? Somebody's asking. I'm sure I would have had some comments. You guys can see my screen and hear me in YouTube, right? Just, Doc, you on the move, guys? All good here. Okay, thank you. The race to start pre-market. Let me duplicate this. Well, okay. You see where it says auto start at time, Leanne? You see where it says auto start at time? And I've got it at 9:30. If you want, you can auto start at an earlier time if you want, or even just uncheck that. And when you open trade ideas, just start it manually if you want. Okay. Well, on the top list, but that's how you would do it. I mean, I could run a race right here on my pre-market actives up and down. I could just launch a race right now. Okay. And it would start right now. Well, I don't know how I can help you if you can't see it. If if you can't see it, you can't see my screen. Well, one of the selections, if in when you set up your race, when you launch the race, and then you want to set up one of the selections is to check auto start at time. And you can pick the time you want it to start. I have picked 9:30, but if you delete that or start it at, I don't know, whatever, if as long as you're getting up early enough before 9:30, you can set it up whatever time you want, or just uncheck that. And then and then just start the race when you get up. Okay, manually. You do it manually. These days, you can look at the calendar, okay, Paul? You can look at the calendar, which is where? There are calendar tab. So if you have a calendar tab, you can see the previous days. So you just have to add the calendar tab. If you click on new within Brokerage Plus, click on new and then add the calendar tab, and then you can see previous days trading. All right, guys, we are less than 20 minutes for this open. So let's have a great end to this trading week. And I typically do not start trading in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a bit. Okay, we're in a nice robust open for the SPY. Okay, ONON guys, excuse me, ONON. ON on the move here, not an earnings play, but on the move. Next high looking left on the weekly chart is up here around 33.69. Let's get back to my daily chart to check to see if there's anything on the daily chart. No, that's good. Look at ON, guys. 32 is the next high looking left. I think something about a director registered 101,000 shares. Well, here's our answer so far on the Carvana SVNA so far. But look at this big topping tail and then the drop. Now, if you're ever wondering why I have a stop on anything, look at Toy now. You know, I was within this one, had a little bit of profit on this one. I got this one right around, it was about 105. It moved up to 113. Almost took some off, but I thought, yeah, let's see if this can run a little bit more. Had some room, moved back down underneath 105, got out about 101, but didn't get stubborn, thinking, it's going to come back. Look where it got down to 82 cents. I lost my volume and other info. You mean the chart? You mean you had chart volume and other info? Oh, okay. Yeah, you have to left click on the candle. Hmm. A little bug then. There we go. On the daily chart, whatever information is in that calendar tab, Paul, that's it. Okay. There's no more. I mean, I think if you hover on it, I thought maybe I haven't looked at it for months and months and months. I thought maybe when you hovered on it, it would show, like hovered over the trade, it would show. Hmm. Yeah, there's a little bit of a bug here, guys, going. You can do it on the daily chart. The information pops up. Let me just do a reset. I'm gonna have to ask the other guys if that's the case. Give me a moment. Hey guys, there's Path. Path is now just at let's see, the low of a couple of days ago. And there's U. I know Shady is still in U. Unity. So the next high looking left is 38.25. No, I understand. I understand. I completely understand it. There's something wrong. Look at the spy is fine. The spy is fine. I wonder if it's I'm just going to try this. I'm just going to uncheck the symbol linking. Nope, it's not popping up. Interesting. Too bad. Well, I've been distracted by this, but let's go. IoT Peloton, guys. Peloton also PTON is on the move here. So anybody else using? Well, you know what? I'm going to go back. Uh-oh. Yes, and that's probably correct. And now this has hung me up. Son of a, you know what, guys? This has hung me up now by going back and forth. Maybe not. Maybe not. Okay, now it's popping. Now it's working. So I don't know what to say, Poe. I mean, now it seems to be working. Peloton, guys. PTON. Look at this move for Peloton now. PTON. So it appears to be working now, Poe. I don't know. Are you using well, if you're using, are you part of you're not part of the test drive, but are you using our HTML charts or the old charts? I don't want to go back. In other words, when you click on the chart, right click on the chart, is user browser interface checked? Not that it should matter. Kramer strikes again. Kramer strikes again, guys. I know we make fun of him all the time, but on this particular one, I think he was talking about. Somebody said, was it Tank or somebody said he was talking about this one after hours yesterday? And well, for once, one of his recommendations is working. IoT. Well, guys, look at this SPY. 430 now. Never mind 420, but look at 430 now. 400 seems to be a completely distant memory. Well, this is maybe an interesting one, guys. Corning GLW through the 200-day moving average, looking left. The next high is 34.50, so that's about what, $1.25 away. Look at AI on the move. AI itself on the move. Speaking of AI, no alerts yet. Well, I'm getting a lot of activity from here. So they're IoT 29.89, so that's almost $1 move. I don't like taking anything in the first 15 minutes, but if you're a little less conservative than I am, Okay, here's Peloton now. When you say the charts were empty, you don't mean you were getting data though, Philip. Philippe, you were getting data. I mean, you were getting the chart itself, but you weren't getting maybe. Or what do you mean by that when you say the chart was empty when using the browser interface? Yeah, it's a bit of. I think I asked them if there was a way to keep this up. I mean, obviously, once you're on the chart, then you just hover around. In one respect, I do get it. It was maybe nice to be able to just hover over the chart and you'd see all the information at the top. I like the presentation. This is a little easier to see, I believe, for me anyway. So I mean, it is there. But I thought also I asked them, is there a way to keep it there even when you come back, it's there? Or in other words, it's always there on every chart you well, again, if you left click, now it's working for me by left clicking. And if you right click, so does it say use browser interface as a check? I'm talking to Poe in our main room. Okay. Well, I mean, you can uncheck it. You can uncheck it, and then you will be back to what you call your normal charts. So if for whatever reason these HTML charts aren't working for you, and that refers to anybody, then you can always uncheck that. Use browser interface. It is working for me, but I'm on a development version, so I don't know how I can't really help unless you maybe do an account reset, see if that does anything. Wow, look at that toy now, TOI, collapsing. Wow, look at Docu now. Docu, wow, what I mean, it got up to $64 and dropped down to about 58, and that's DOCU. It is an earnings play. All right, running up. ON. Yeah, just ripping here now, guys. So the next high looking left is 30, almost 32, almost 32. So it's about a dollar away. I mean, the next high is really 31.89. So it's about a dollar away from that high. I don't understand what you mean by all links are directed to advertisements in my email. I don't understand what you mean exactly by that, but Drora. Surfing getting halted, I still don't understand. I mean, surfing is not you shouldn't have surfing on the entire day. I mean, unless you want to, I guess. But I mean, surfing will always get halted the minute that you click on an alert, surfing stops. That's the way it's supposed to be. All right, look at this BRZE, big pop up, 42.87, big drop now. portable for me. So you're saying, okay, I'll put it on surfing right now. I won't do anything. I won't do anything. When you're saying it just stops for no reason, in your opinion. Vito, how to choose what's well, you've got to have some chart, you've got to have some experience trading. Okay. Well, I don't hate to say it like that, but that's the hard truth. I mean, these are all ideas, okay? Ideas. And so now when you look at Peloton up here from our AI as an example, Blink. Okay, Blink is another charger, guys. BLNK is another charger. Somebody was asking earlier, and this is not quite a lifetime low, but this is another charger that's being affected by that GM Tesla deal. So if you have no trading experience at all, Vito, then it's going to be awfully difficult. Okay. The program is called Trade Ideas. It generates ideas, but you have to have some experience trading. So, but this is what I will say about the Peloton, the PTON. Now, the issue I got with it is that 200-day moving average is fairly close. It's around 10. But I'd be putting an alert back up at that original price, 950, and see if it takes it out later on. But again, it's too bad that 200-day moving average is fairly close. That could stop it. You also have to have a trading style. You have to have some kind of a plan, Beto. You have to have some kind of a plan. Do you want to be a momentum trader? Do you want to be a pullback trader? How can you sit in front of a computer all day long? Do you only want to trade the first hour? How much money do you have in your trading account? So how much are you going to commit to each trade? There's a lot that goes into trading. Okay. Well, I'm a momentum trader. Like, how do I prefer to do it? But again, that doesn't necessarily mean that's how you or anybody else. I definitely am a momentum trader. I like to see stocks near the high of the day or the low of the day if I'm going to short. I see. So when you asked how do you choose, you literally meant me. I thought you were just sort of talking in general. How does a person choose what stock to trade? All right. Well, the first 15 minutes are in the book. So now Blink getting more interesting. It's almost at 6 now. Let's take a look left on the weekly chart to see where the next low is. Wow, I can't see it. Can't see it. We got to go back. How long? I think you got to back to 2020. No, even then. Boy, this is. I mean, there's really no support for this. I mean, you've got to go back to 2020. You've got to go back 3 years before we see those lows for Blink BLNK. Were there shorts available for toy? I don't know. I never looked at toy for the short. No, not yet. Not now, anyway. Yeah, I don't see any reason for Peloton being up, PTON. I don't see any specific reason why it had to pop. Somebody asked that question. What a market surge, guys. Wow. What a market surge. Look at this. Let's take a look at the SPY on a weekly chart. I mean, there's the all-time high up here, 461. I mean, we're 30 away from that, but I'm sure most thought that once we broke down 400 many times, that was it. Good luck. Not even close. So high flyer in the morning, SNOA. I got up to 163, pulling quite a bit back now on a percentage basis. Excuse me. NEO had earnings, right? NIO had earnings. Yes. June 9th pre-market. NIO had earnings. Very mixed in the pre-market, bottoming tails, topping tails, but on the move now. But always look left. Where could it go before it starts hitting some resistance? Well, I think we have our answer. We have a couple of daily highs right around 880, 888. So we're at 852 right now. So CFLT just popped into the AI. Now, this is what I see. I would never take this trade right now. A couple of things. I would wait for a 37 break, but I'd also wait. Look at the highs 2 and 3 days ago. Sorry, 2 and 3 days ago, right around 37, 39. That's where I'll put my alert. So it's good. I mean, so people who just want to blindly take trades from the AI, no, that's the whole idea. Click on the alert, see what's happening. Now, to me, I'm not saying it's going to stop. I'm not saying it's going to stall here, but it could easily stall there. But if it takes that out, now the other thing is, okay, now let's take a look at a weekly chart. If we can get through those levels, yeah, I mean, this has got some room. I mean, the next high in the weekly chart is around 40, 40, 50 or so. So, I mean, if we can get through that level, the daily chart right up here, it's got some room. That's how I trade. That's how I look at a trade anyway. Okay. Doesn't have to be you, but okay. So, insider buying on this KC has put a charge into KC. But again, I look between 579 and 6 to me. There could be a lot of resistance. So, it's not of interest to me. Windows are off screen. How to round them up? So, what do you mean by off screen? You mean hidden? Do you only have one monitor, MBB? Just wanted to know if he only has one monitor. One way, I mean, you can click on new, or sorry, you can click on Windows, four screens. Okay, well then there should be no issue whatsoever. If you got four screens, so what is it? What's happening? First of all, if you click on Windows and show all your windows should pop up somewhere so you can see them. And as Blaine said, if you hover, if you got in the taskbar, if you got TI in the taskbar, look what happens when I hover over TI. I can see all my I can see all of the ones I've got open. Now, if you've got a lot open, it'll be more in the list. Okay. I cannot grab the title bar of a chart above. Hmm. So can you move your toolbar down or something? You're saying it's one of those things in which something has got stuck. That I have no idea. That hasn't happened to me for a long time. I don't know if that's Trade Ideas or Windows. Pepe might know. I think I understand what you mean. It's stuck up the top and you can't grab it down. I don't know if that's a Trade Ideas deal or a Windows deal. I really don't know. Don't know how to help you. Hasn't happened to me for a long, 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 long time, but I understand. I think now I understand. But maybe Pepe, if he's around. Meanwhile, look at Crisp, guys. Holy smokes. I mean, seriously, look at Crisp. It's gone negative now. Sorry, I've just been, distracted answering questions and things like that. But wow, I mean, Crisp had such a huge move in the pre-market, had FDA accepted or approval. But, I think reality sets in. I guess if William would examine this, probably say, well, they may have approval, but it's going to take either a bushels of money to get it to product or out there in the marketplace, or maybe there's a limited market for this. I mean, there's all sorts of reasons. Well, Blaine is saying if in the taskbar, if you can see it in your taskbar. So if you hover over the icon, the TI icon in your taskbar, assuming you have it, then I guess if you X'd out the chart that you can't see or you can't pull down, and then reload it again. And there, look at that, Pepe. So you should be able to right click the window. Then you should be able to use the arrow keys. Interesting. I never knew that. The rise and fall in Napa. I haven't been able to see anything real. Ah, the Duckhorn portfolio, Napa. Okay. Really? Napa. Okay. It'll link IV to TI. Okay. I'm going to give you a video that you can watch. Oh, now are you talking about this window Brokers Plus or just in general? In other words, I'm linked to Interactive Brokers so that when I click on an alert, a symbol, it loads into my platform. Is that what you mean? That's really simple. Are you talking about using this window called Brokers Plus and linking it to IV, which I don't do? Which is it? Are you talking about just being able to click on a symbol and having it load into your IB platform, and then from within IB you trade it? Is that what you mean? It's just a time saver, of course, instead of having to type the symbol in to your order entry. It just automatically pops in there the minute you click on an alert. There's no auto trading, okay? There's no auto trading at all in the test drive. Now, if you have our premium service, if you're a customer, right, or our, yeah, if you are a premium customer right now, you can auto trade your own strategies. You just can't auto trade the AI. But if you're talking about, but there is no auto trading. So are you part of the test drive, MBB? Because there's no auto trading in the test drive. Paper trading, though, I mean, is very simple. Okay, so if you're doing the 2 week trial, there's Peloton now. Back up over the original. Boy, I'm missing all these. Now look at Breeze, yeah, BRZE. I mean, what a day it's had. I mean, it popped up way down, now back up over. Yeah, doggone, I've missed it. Okay, well, first of all, MBB, do you have the Brokerage Plus window up and running? Number one, do you have this window up and running? Okay, so in order to auto trade, you just click on Sim, and what should happen, first of all, I'm going to disconnect. So it might say not connected right now. Okay, you should just have to be able to click on the Sim underneath Brokerage Plus. When you click on Sim, now you're in the simulator. Now you can practice trading. You just click on an alert. The symbol will show up in the box. There's Peloton. Okay, and then you just practice trading. You have a quantity box. You'll have some pre-assigned ones, or you can pick how many shares you want. There's your bid ask. You want to go in at the market, if the spread is okay. So if I wanted to trade 100 shares of Peloton right now, as an example, or 200. Now, here's the only thing I hate. You have to click buy and then send. Okay, now I'm in the simulator with Peloton, PTON. Now, ultimately, if you do want to connect your Interactive Brokers account to this B Plus window, I'll give you a video that you can watch. But there's no auto trading, okay? You're on the trial, there's no auto trading. Going forward, the only thing you'll be able to auto trade is your own strategies. You can create your own strategies, and you want to back test them and you want to auto trade them, you can do that, but there would be no auto trading the AI, which I don't agree with anyway. Okay. I mean, look at the Peloton as an example. I mean, I don't know if this is going to work, but or this one. This is a better example. Look at the CFLT. If you heard my analysis of it, said, okay, great, we get the alert, 36.97. If you were auto trading this one, you'd be down already. Okay, you may not have been stopped out. That's 35.61 is a stop. But why do that? Why not take a look at it first? This is the analysis I did. I look left. I say, well, it could stall easily at the whole number 137. And then these two highs over here on the daily chart could easily stall it, which would not be that far away. But if it breaks through those two highs, then it's got room to about 40. Why not just wait? You know, but if you took this trade as an auto trade right now, I mean, you'd be down. This one, yeah, if you took it, but you'd have to suffer, because it got down to 37.47, a dollar down. What would you have done? Because if you look at that stop, that's a huge stop. That's like a $5 stop, over a $5 stop on a $38 stock. You would not be able to take very many shares using that stop if you have proper money management. I mean, there's a lot that goes into all this. Okay. So, I mean, you can trade the AI, you just can't auto trade it. Look, I've been trading for, a few years. If I thought auto trading was the way to go, I'd be doing it. We'd all be doing it. Everybody who trade ideas would be doing it. Okay. We don't. There's a reason. I get it. I completely get it that nobody wants to have to learn how to trade. They just want to have, an alert handed to them and just, count your money at the end of the day. It just doesn't work that way, unfortunately. Okay, guys, sorry about that. There's lots of internal questions that, yeah, we link with many brokers, obviously, including with Fidelity Pro. So linking again is a time saver. Okay. We have this tool called Tools External Linking. All right. So it is a time saver and we link with many brokers. That doesn't mean that you can trade from within Trade Ideas, with those brokers. It just means that when I click on a symbol, it loads into your broker's platform. So it's just a time saver. So instead of, if you're like me, of clicking on a few symbols all day long, it'd be a real pain if I had to. Okay, I see CFLT. Now I've got to go and type it into my order entry. So it's just a huge time saver. And with Interactive Brokers, it's really, I mean, it's easy to link. And a lot of times sometimes it's a bit of trial and error. The brokerages that we link to, they really don't care whether we can link to them or not. Okay, so but it's a matter of usually when you follow the instructions where it says tools, external linking, and if you say add a link, you see, you just follow these instructions. And sometimes there's a bit of trial and error. Right? You see, I'm linked to Interactive Brokers. It's very simple to do. So there's the Peloton guys. I have a little tick. You see, I wish I'd seen this one because this is what I would have done. We got the alert at 38.45. Okay, 38.45. But look what it did. It dropped down to 37.37. I would have put my price alert back up at the alert price and see if it would trigger again. It did, and now it's on the move. Oh, I see 10, Frank, for Peloton. PTO 10, PTO 10, PTON. Um, I mean, right there, there's a high right there. Wait a minute, 965. Isn't there one I saw at 10? Here's 1013 is right here. Okay. Now, again, just because there's a high looking left, that absolutely doesn't mean it's going to stall there. But, that is the next high looking left at 1013 on the daily chart. That's how you use the AI, guys. Okay. And it's the same thing with the CFLT. I don't know. Maybe later on in the day, it comes back to that 36.97. So at the very least, I'm going to know about it. Okay. I'm going to stick an alert there and see if it happens later on. But meanwhile, Peloton, what I like about the AI now is that it doesn't give very many alerts during the day. It's easy enough to kind of follow these and set, here another one on the short, PDSB on a short. Okay. So obviously, it moved down a little bit and then it's popped up. But what happens if it retakes that 565 level later on? So set a price alert. Because when you look left, I mean, there is a low down here of 450. I mean, it could work. Well, it depends on what you mean by Holly doesn't work. It doesn't work if you're going to auto trade it. Okay. I cannot emphasize it enough. But it's a great watch list. So people who, new to trading, something to focus on. So here's another one. Let's take a look at Oust to see what. Yeah. So again, for me, I look left and I don't see enough room. I mean, it could move down. Look, somebody said, okay, you take this trade right now at 5.99 to short. First of all, there's shorts available. Yeah, lots of shorts available. So that's not an issue. Well, there's 32,000 interactive brokers. I just don't like the fact that, not that far away, about 25 cents away, it looks like there could be some support. But, if you told me that it would, I could take it at 5.96 and it would get down there, sure. But I'd much rather not see this and have that next low way down here at 5. I'd be much more inclined to take the trade. So does that mean it doesn't work? No, but that's why, to me, each alert you get should be evaluated. Really? You can hear voices? Hmm. Let's see if my noise canceling is on. Should be on. Interesting. That is not the case. Usually the voice canceling works extremely, or the sound noise canceling has worked extremely well. My wife is home listening to the radio, but that has not been an issue for months now. My noise canceling is on. That software has usually worked extremely well. And yet Paul can't hear anything other than my voice. So interesting. Let me turn the noise canceling on and off just for fun to see what happens. So now noise canceling is completely off. And I'm talking about this software program that I've got. Now I'm going to turn it on again. Well, hopefully it's not too obtrusive, guys. Well, it looks like the GME crew does not want to let it go. GME, even though they had horrible earnings and all that, and they turfed the CEO, but now GME is through the 200-day moving average. GME is through the 200-day moving average, 22.94. And obviously, it's got a ton of room looking left if it wants to keep moving. 26.53. All right, guys. Sorry, I'm okay. So here's a classic. If you took that Peloton, okay, you took the Peloton, you know, I was saying, 10 could be a bit of a stumbling block. So it got up to 982. You should not be still in Peloton, or you should not at least have, you should have traded some out. Okay. You cannot allow, if you got in at 950, the second time it broke out and it got up to 982, you cannot allow this to happen. That's why we're saying you've got to manage the trade. Yeah, so dip buyer, but you got to be careful in this. Okay, so dip buyer in a question says, I found a symbol list called SP 500. Then I created a top list. It only shows 100 stocks, not 500. Would you know the reason? Probably. So, but be careful. If you right click on your top list window, okay, and go to time and hover over time frame, you see where it says set record count. More than likely, it says 100. More than likely. Now you can put it at 500, and then you'll get them all. You'll get them all, but I can put a bit of a tax on the system. What I do probably is what I do is, I mean, do you really want to see every one of them? Maybe put a, I mean, sometimes they're not trading, out of the 500 stocks. Do you really care about seeing them all? How about just seeing the ones that are trading a little abnormally, at least with relative volume of at least say one, maybe with a minimum volume, okay, to cut down because remember the top list window gets updated every 30 seconds and it's got to go through 500 symbols. So I'm just saying it could put a tax on your system. So even though, in fact, I would love for the company to not, in theory, you can put 1,000 in there. With one top list, it may not be that big a deal, but some people have, 4 or 5 top list windows open, and they've maxed it out at 1,000, and then we get the email. My system is slowed down to a crawl, and that's typically the reason because it's got to update 1,000 symbols every 30 seconds over and over and over again, and looking at 5 top lists. And quite frankly, nobody should have to see 1,000 symbols. Or you can leave it at 100, but what's the point of seeing stocks that aren't trading very much or abnormally? I mean, really. Okay, guys, let me see if I can now concentrate just a little bit on. So there's the oust, and again, it's working a little bit, but I look at this 570 level as potentially holding it up. It may not. I mean, look, just because I look left and I see a couple of days where the lows are around 570 doesn't mean it's going to stall there. There's that whole number. Well, okay, yeah, there's that whole number. I know Real thinks I'm crazy, but a lot of these stocks they just stall at whole numbers. It's just a psychological deal. I mean, there's no reason for Blink not to have taken out 6, but it just stopped right at 6 and popped up a bit. Now later on, it might take out 6, so I'm going to stick an alert. Oh, you think I'm crazy for other reasons? Is that what you mean? All right, let's take a look at some of these races and see if there's anything interesting happening. So there, of course, CXAI, an AI play, very choppy, extremely choppy. Not too interested in that one. Fetch, FTCH. All right, so FTCH. So you can see exactly what happened. Look at the 200-day moving average, 629. What did it get to? 628. Almost right to the penny. Okay. So that's what stalled it. That's why, I don't have very many indicators on my charts. But this is probably, I would say, somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but probably the 200-day moving average is the most widely followed indicator out there. And second might be the VWAP. An early bird special, MB, for those who have, well, it's not just for the people in in the test drive. You know, anybody sitting there coming in and maybe even on with a standard subscription, a monthly, you can take advantage of it. But it's for early adopters. Next week we'll have another promo code. It'll probably be 25%. That's all. For early adopters. Some grab it earlier than others. It's that simple. Not everybody's the same, MBB. Okay. So you're obviously not going to take advantage of it because you don't feel you know the system well enough, and that's fine. There will be another one, MBB. Okay, there'll be another promo when the test drive is over, and it'll run for probably a week after the test drive is over. It just won't be 30%. Our normal discounts are 25%. This is just, a teaser, an early adopter. Those who feel that they're comfortable enough. And you don't have to go annual. You can go monthly and then cancel after that if you wanted to. So you can still kind of evaluate the product, getting 30% off a monthly subscription. And then if you do want to take on an annual, and get 30%, you can still do it. But not everybody is the same, MBB, okay? When you say you don't understand how you look at the 200-day moving average, well, I've got it right on my chart, okay? You can add the 200-day moving average right on your chart. Um, there's that blue line, and it's just universally followed. So, just my example before, which one was that? Which is the one that I just mentioned that went into it? Was it Fetch? Yeah, so Fetch. So there's that line right up there, okay? It's just something that is universally followed as traders. It's one of again, it's probably the most widely followed indicator out there. So companies are, if a stock gets close to the 200-day moving average, so it's below it, there's a possibility that that will stall it. That will be resistance, and it won't pop through the first time anyway. And it may never. I mean, that could stall it forever. The same thing if the price were above it and it starts approaching it from the downside, maybe that'll support it. Maybe it'll bounce off it. It's not, nothing is 100%, but it is just one of those things that, people, many traders, like myself, who is not a big indicator guy, will follow. So if somebody said, "Oh, you should take Fetch right now," no way will I take it because it's too close. Now, if it breaks through the 200-day, maybe I take it. Okay, and the same with the VWAP. The VWAP is another pretty widely followed indicator. And if you want to read more about it, I mean, you can go to Investopedia or something like that. But the VWAP, the volume weighted average price, that's where like a lot at the price in which a lot of volume has occurred. So that could be another area where a stock either, if it gets down to the VWAP, maybe the VWAP holds it and it bounces off it. I mean, but there's no 100%. I wish it were 100%, but this is a promo code. Okay, I'm asked for what is the promo code to get 30% off for those who, have see the program. And the other thing, MBB, there have been a lot of people in this room for many months who don't have the program, but have seen, seen it, been in the room, kind of seen how it works, and now they're in the test drive, and maybe that's enough for them to take it. But here is the promo code you can use, the early bird promo for 30% off. it will run out about 11:59 p.m. Sunday night. Always a chance it'll be still live Monday, but I can't guarantee that. So you'll see what it is when you click on the link, and here's the promo code to use, early bird 30. And you select your subscription. Okay. You have so again, if you're no, I would not take an annual subscription unless you're absolutely sure. You can go monthly. Okay. And you can take the standard 118 less the 30% or the premium 228. This is basically what the premium is all about, having access to this, the AI. Okay. And then within 30 days, if you decide, yeah, okay, now I do want to take on an annual. And obviously the reason for taking an annual is that your per month cost goes down on a prorated basis, of course. But you have to come up with the money up front. An annual would be $1,400 and the standard, I guess, would be $700, okay, with that 30% discount. So you can try us for a month, and then within 30 days, you do want to take on an annual, we'll honor the 30%. Okay. Well, again, Alex, this is a early bird promo for those who want to be an early adopter and get the best possible discount. Next week it'll be 25%. Okay. So I mean, if you took it right now, I mean, yeah, you've paid $11. I mean, I don't know if they'll refund a portion of the 11. Okay, I really don't know. Yeah, you can use the simulator before the market opens. You know what? I don't know the answer to that question. I never get involved in accounting. So the best thing you can do is to go to our homepage, ask the question, okay? And where is my homepage link? Okay, go to the homepage link, click on it, and then you can, when the questions and answers little box pops up, you can ask the question. Yeah, I don't know, MB. I don't know how that works exactly. So you're talking about like you've paid $11 for the 2 weeks. Will they take $11? Are you asking, will they take $11 off or half of that off if you take out a subscription right now? Is that what you mean? I don't know how that works, honestly. Okay, Alex, biggest gainers. Where did I find Fetch? Can't remember even where I saw Fetch. Oh, here it was in here, it was in our top list. Yeah, well, Fetch is, so what's your question? I was asking about the top right biggest gainer screen. Well, if you're talking here, well, this originates from a top list window. I right click, open the top list. This is where this race originates from. Sure, you can see it, but how would you know Fetch is moving? How would you know any one of these? Like, how would you know TRNR is up 3.3% since the race started? Okay. If I click on the open right there it is there. But what if it had been here? What if Sophie starts to move? It's at 5.5% right now. Okay. That's 5.6%. What if all of a sudden though Sophie really starts to move? You know, now it's at 10% from the open, 12%, 15%. How would you even know that? And that's where the racing comes in. It's going to show you the stocks that are moving the most in this list of stocks since when the race started. So this is a 4-minute race. So it's a halfway through. So halfway through the race, iron, and see how, TRNR was at the top, but now it's dropped. Iron has moved 3.5%. IRON. Click on it. See what it's doing. It's kind of ugly looking, but that is, but that's how that works. You'd never be able to see it on a top list. The top list is fine if all you care about is, all right, what are the stocks that have moved the most today? So if I double left click on the like from the open, if I double left click, as long as I have it as a header, change from the close percent. So CFRX has moved 31%. This BRZE 20%, etc. Change from the open, in other words, the opening print of the day. What's moved the most? There's Peloton at 13. This NP. Again, maybe it's nice to know, but how are you going to use this to trade? Again, so that's what the races is all about. Some stock out of nowhere that's buried down. This list, a big list, is buried down. All of a sudden, it starts to move. Now, why are these stocks in this list? I right click, configure, and then click on the summary. So as long as the stock is between $1 and $50 and the volume is 200,000 shares and its price is up 2% from yesterday's close, the stocks will make this list. And you're absolutely right. A race is started from any top list, or you can start a race from any top list. This is the one that I'm sharing, and a large cap race. But of course, you can create your own top list with your own parameters. This is what I'm using here. And once you do that, then you right click and you launch the race. You can make a race out of just stocks you want to follow. So if you have maybe a basket of, I don't know, 20 or 30 stocks you'd like to follow, you can make a race and it'll just point to those stocks. You could make a race, you may have, yeah, I mean, I run 4-minute races. Okay. So let me just show you. I'm going to duplicate the race because I don't want to. Well, it depends what you mean by daily, monthly, weekly. I mean, the race starts from that top list. Okay. So however you have created your top list, that's where the race starts. Or that's, but if I hit this square and then I right click, so the race is stopped. Now I right click and show the race setup. Okay. So this is my race, 4 minutes. Here's where you can adjust your time. So I don't know what you mean by daily, weekly, monthly. I mean, when you click on an alert, you can have a 15-minute chart, a daily and a weekly, but it's got really nothing to do with it. It's based on your top list all the time. So, I mean, if you wanted to see stocks that were, at a 20-day high, use filters like that and other filters and have a list, but then run the race based on that, of course you can do that. And then somebody asked earlier, I think it was Leanne. Hopefully you can see this now. You can start the race anytime you want. So when you open trade ideas in the morning, let's say it's before 9:30, before the market opens. If you want to, you can manually start your race. I don't like to do that. I like to have my race starting at 9:30 when the market opens, but that's just me. So that's why I've got this little check, auto start at time. Okay, so but that's just an option. And then the auto rerun, I would say that 100% of people would want that because when the race is over, you would want the next one to begin. Okay, and then you can run your race based on, as long as you have a column header, you can run the race based on any column header you've got. So in this case, change from the open percent. I've also got relative volume, and by column header, this is what I mean. See my column headers right there. So I've got the change from the close, change from the open. I've got the relative volume. I could run the race based on this. So if I wanted to run a race based on what stocks were having the biggest increase in relative volume over the course of the race, I could do that. All right. So, I mean, it's all sorts of ways. And guess what? All in the guide, because I don't expect anybody to completely remember everything I'm saying right now. So again, if you click on my homepage link, oops, and scroll down until you see the education section, click here, and then click on the guide, the user guide, and you'll see a whole bunch of stuff on TI stock racing. We have 4 videos. Okay, we have the race startup, race configuration, all clickable. Why race? Well, you know what? It's an interesting hybrid between using just a top list and an alert window. Okay, because this is because a top list again is static, right? The way I showed it to you, this is just looking at a static list. But how do you know what's moving? So it's kind of like having a bit of a hybrid between a top list window and an alert window. Now, the other reason is, again, if you're new to trading, this creates a top 10 list for you, a watch list for you automatically, made up of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So right at the top here, you see CFRX has won 4 races, Peloton 2. But as more and more races happen, some other stock could win a bunch of races and take over the top position. So it gives you focus. If you're new to trading, it gives you focus. This gives you focus. Look how many stocks there are, only 5. Adding a color gradient to me doesn't do the same thing at all. It's not, it just, I mean, I don't use the color gradient at all, but I mean, the racing is just more dynamic. It's that simple. You will not miss something that is moving. So this is the one, guys. I mean, the BRZE was the one. I mean, it's up right now. It's up 6%, but at one point it was even higher, for almost up to $42. Well, if you can only trade in the first 2 hours of the day, I mean, most of the action happens in the first 2 hours of the day. But how you can use trade ideas, I mean, such a difficult question. I mean, depends on, most of the, if you're talking about the first 2 hours of the day, well, I mean, look what happens here. Most of the alerts for the AI happen probably in the first half hour. We will get alert, there's one at 10 o'clock. So, I mean, if that's all you wanted to follow, then you're going to get those alerts right off the bat. But if you're talking about, like, what 2 hours are you talking about? Are you in the West Coast like me? So you're talking about, okay, so like 6:30, what? So say 6:30 to 8:30 Eastern, West Coast time. So 9:30 to 11:30 East Coast time. So, I mean, these alerts happen early. Well, it can help, but again, you have to have, I mean, sure, because the stock racing will start at 9:30, or you could start it earlier. You could start it more in the pre-market and just see the ones that are moving, but you still have to figure out a way to trade. But at least it'll identify the ones that are moving. Okay. I mean, it depends how much trading experience you've got. If you've got enough trading experience, then you can see the ones that are moving, and you figure out a way to trade them. I love the way this happened on the BRZE though, guys. I mean, seriously, you get the alert at 38.45. You don't have to you don't have to pile into the trade immediately. And then look what happened. I got down to 37.47 and then it came back up to 38.45. Remember, this is a 15-minute candle. You had all sorts of time, to figure out, okay, what if it gets back up to that alert price? And look what it did. I mean, from the second time it got back up to that alert price, I mean, it is, you know, but before it pulled back at all, it moved $2. The momentum uplift also gives you names for sure. This doesn't start till 9:30, but so the question from Z, are these the 7 windows you only have trading regularly? No, I do have this one. Okay. Notice how many alerts I get. I don't get very many. This is one I love, the 10-day daily breakout and the breakdown. Why I don't really show it, I wanted to show one that is a little more active, make it a little, maybe a little more interesting for people. Okay. But I am sharing this. I mean, remember, I'm sharing a lot of scans and I'm sharing this one, but I love the 10-day daily breakout and breakdown. I don't get very many alerts from it all day. And the only other one I really have, I didn't put normally what I display when we're off the test drive, I will have this window up. Now this momentum up is exactly the same here. I just didn't put the momentum down because a lot of people don't short or don't want to short. So I didn't want to overload, for people on the test drive. But I also use this momentum down, which is just sort of, these are stocks moving higher, these are stocks moving lower with very similar filters. Yeah, this docu, what I mean, the last time I looked, it was still positive, but now it's gone completely negative. An amazing turnaround. So again, if you want my scans, yeah, we were in the process, Alex, of creating an AI channel. I don't think it's done now in theory, but I don't like the this competitor thing needs a lot of work. Okay. In theory, if you type in AI as an example, and then AI competitors, not even getting a list here. Let's type in GM. Make sure that's working. So, these in theory are competitors in that automobile industry sector. Okay. But AI is not really showing anything, or it is now. Now, how do I get a moment? I know there's a, yeah, I mean, this is a I mean, I would not call this competitors to AI. Okay. It needs work. Just say it needs work for some of these sectors. So anyway, if you do want to have my scans, you click on my homepage link. When you click on my homepage link, and again, don't use this promo code. Obviously, use the early bird 30 to get 30% off if you do want to take out a subscription, okay? And then scroll down until you see my scans. So this is what this person who asked about, working in the pre-market or finding things in the pre-market because you only have a couple of hours of trade. Well, this is what I've been using for years. This is a top list window. Pre-market actives up and down. Okay. Halts resumes. That's another one that I usually show. Nothing today. Sometimes this halts resumes is loaded, but we're not getting very many stocks being halted. This Momo here is basically like this momentum up, except it's displayed in a different way. The best way I can describe it would be this. See how Peloton is over and over and over every time it made a new high, where here you only see it the first time it made a new high, or not a, well, the first time it met all the filter requirements was at 9:33 Eastern time, and the price was 9:03. But every time Peloton made a new high, you would see it in this window here. This is kind of the same thing, Momo. Every time EXPI would make a new high, you would have seen it in a big list. This is just a different way of displaying the data. So every time EXPI would make a new high, you'll see it and you'll see the time and you'll see the price. You just won't see it over and over and over again. It's just a different way of showing the data. So if you'd like to see it over and over again, then you can use the Momo. Otherwise, this is the Doc momentum up or down. Here's my 10-day daily breakout and down. Okay. I've also got this earnings plays up versus earnings plays down. So, I am sharing a lot of scans. If you don't want to ever create your own scans from scratch, you can certainly use mine. You can always adjust them. And adjusting them meaning this. So here's my momentum up scan. So this is what you do. You want to see what a scan is looking for. You just right click. So it could be an alert window or a top list window. Okay. And so you just right click on the window, click on configure, and then summary. That'll tell you in English language what it's looking for. So in this particular case, if the stock is between $1 and $50, current volume is 3. This is a pretty cool filter that we've got. So I'm sorry, did I say 3 is 6? So what that means is this stock is trading 6 times normal up to this time of day. What it's been its average over, say, the last 10 days up to this time, say around 11 o'clock, it's trading 6 times that. So something's happening. It's a normal activity. 300,000 shares minimum, and this is what gives us the momentum. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes, it's 4%, 400% of normal. So a lot of screeners are out there, but and this is the screening aspect of trade ideas, and then boom, this is the real-time alert aspect. So if all these values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's what trade ideas is excellent at. So you can have now what I was saying though, you might like this in principle, but maybe you want a different price range. So you can change, maybe you want to change it to 10 and 100. Okay. On that summary, see how it's changed. Now you say okay. So you can customize it to your style of trading. Maybe you want a different volume. Maybe you want to reduce, it's up to you. You can take it as it is, or you can customize it when you get a little bit more used to using trade ideas. Maybe you find a filter that you'd like to add or take one out. It's up to you. But at least if you don't want to ever create anything from scratch, I've got a lot of mine. And of course, if you go to the toolbar, you'll see in the channel bar, we have a lot of scans there also. What are my thoughts on 3-month relative float rotation? I don't know what you mean exactly. I mean, I know what float rotation is, but I have no thoughts on a 3-month. I mean, obviously, float rotation intraday, because I'm an intraday trader, is, important, but not 100% necessary. If I can find one that is really, excuse me. Well, yeah, but that's a 1 day. So we have, I mean, if you, excuse me, if you just want to see stocks like that, we do have a float rotation filter. Okay, Sandra, just give me a moment and I'll help. So if I type in float as an example, float turnover, okay? That's what we call float rotation, float turnover. So if you put 3 or something like that in there, so if the if the float is 5 million, then it would have to be trading 15 million. But is it absolutely necessary for me to that's the only way I'll trade? No. But some of these low float situations, sometimes you'll see the float rotation 21, 30, 50 times. I'm just trying to find one right now. There we go. So look at CFRX, 1.5 million in the float. It's traded 17 million today. Well, you can add it. You can certainly add it. So I mean that's what that is about. I don't know, 9 times. No more. Say 12 times the float. You just divide 1.5 into 17, and so you can do that. Yes, if you find it interesting, for sure. Find the linking button for the chart to unlink the SPY from the rest. Okay. So that's the question in our YouTube room. So if I right click, I'll get to you in a second, Christine. I don't know. Okay. I have no idea when the next test drive. Uh, August, probably not. I mean, the last test drive we had was in October. My guess is, they're becoming more infrequent. We used to do it, 4 times a year, once a quarter. But so my guess is that we will not have one in August, as we're already in June. So, Sandra, if you right click on a chart, basically only 2 options. So go to properties, and then the box will pop up. And then one of the options is symbol linking. Okay, so you can uncheck it or check it, and make sure that there's another box that'll pop up. Make sure it says link to all, though. Okay, the little blue box. Hopefully you can see my screen. So when you hover over symbol linking, another box will pop up. The default is link to all in blue. It's checked. But now, if I uncheck symbol linking or check it, so I have checked it here. So that's why when I click on CFRX, these two change. SPY doesn't. Okay, because it's unchecked. Okay, so basically what you want to do is do an uncheck. So right click on the chart, properties, uncheck symbol linking. Good. Now, Christine, yeah, I don't know. Good time to renew. You became a premium annual in the August test drive using the 30%. You know what, Christine? What I would do is this. They might do something for you, maybe restart your subscription from now or add some months. I don't know. I do not get involved in the accounting issues at all, but this is what I will do, or this is what I would do. My homepage. Well, you can always try, Christine. Okay, no harm in trying. So when you click on my homepage link, yeah, the homepage link, not my homepage link, the TI homepage link, and wait for the questions and answers. So click on the questions and answers, and then ask, and just say, hi, Christine here. Give them your email account so they can look up your account, and ask them the question and see what they say. Okay, and we've got all sorts of people ready and willing to answer. Okay, no harm in trying. Yeah, I see AHI got halted and now got resumed. This is what I'm talking about. So it halted. Excuse me, volatility halt at 103. Wow, what a pop, up to 125 now. Any news on this one? I wonder if they're advanced health intelligence. I wonder if they're trying to say we're AI. I mean, they've got AI in their news, in their as a symbol. AI, just that stupid H in between. Oh, am I all caught up in questions? Can you scan sector or stock specific? Can you scan? You can scan the sector, yeah. Now, when you say can you scan stock specific, what do you mean by that exactly? I mean, can you load like a stock, like something on the chart, stock specific? But what do you mean by stock? I mean, you can you can create a symbol list and only look at stocks that you want to follow in an alert window or a top list window, if that's what you mean. So in other words, if you had a bunch of stocks that you only want to follow and you only want to get alerts on those stocks, if all right, if he sorry, see okay, real. I see what you're doing. Okay. So I mean, again, if you can create a symbol list of stocks that you just want to follow, a symbol list, a watch list, and then if one of those stocks triggers based on your alert window filters and trigger, maybe it's a new high of the day or new 5 minute high or however you have constructed it, you can do things like that if that's what you mean. Okay, thanks, real. I didn't see it. But you can scan a specific sector, yes. We have symbol lists that you can now. The problem with the symbol lists that we got, I don't know how up to date they are. Okay, I really don't know. But if I right click on an alert window and configure, and then symbol lists, add existing list. So here are, no, not these ones. These are But sectors. Okay, now you can dive into all these sectors as here's the accommodation and food services sectors. If you click on the plus sign, you get accommodation and food services and drinking places. Click on that. I mean, you can go crazy. Okay, you can go absolutely crazy. There is a sectors manufacturing sector, but look how you can really dive into it. But I do not know how up to date all these things are. Okay. A moment, please. Give me a moment, guys. Okay. What is the recent one? FRG. Okay, let's take a look at it as a short. Okay, so I can see it's a little bit above the short price. FWRG. Let's take a look. So the low of the day was 1648. What was the alert at? 1668. Well, it's got room. I mean, now what could hold it up is 1583. That is the 84. That is the 200-day moving average, but that's far enough away. So yeah, I would put an alert at 1668 and see if it takes it out again. Maybe 1660, just a little bit underneath it, and see if it takes it out again. That's my opinion. I wouldn't take it now. It's above the alert price, so I wouldn't take it now. I would wait to see if it triggers again. And oh, wait a minute, there's the next low looking left, 1612. Okay, well, 1612, that's not bad. I mean, if it could get to 1668 again, 1660, and it got anywhere close to 1612, on a percentage basis, that would be pretty good. That is my opinion, of course. But that's what you do. Just put the price alert and then just walk away. If it happens, it happens. Price alerts window, super simple to use. From our toolbar, click on new and then price alert. Where are you? A price alerts window. This is what mine looks like. Okay. And this is what I do. Let let me create a price alert, something that's sort of moving. Yeah, I'll show you. Goose eggs. Now I understand. Goose eggs. Zeros. Okay, so real simple to set a price alert. Okay, so let's say I wanted to set a price alert for AHI. It's at 128 right now. Maybe if it gets up to 136. So I just move my mouse, and you'll see there'll be a dotted line that will appear. Wow, look at this thing go. This is a bad example because it's moving so quickly. Let me do Miro, Miro. I think it just got halted again, didn't it? No, no, another one got halted, XIN. So let's just say I wanted to put a price alert for Miro, okay? And so move like with your pointer, your mouse pointer, you can eyeball it to the price you want. So I'm at 150, okay, 150. So I right click and create price alert. And you see it says 150. Now, if I can type in the price alert I want, of course. I can put a note in if I want, but typically I don't. And then I save it. And you'll see there'll be a blue line appear on the chart. I'm going to put a price alert just underneath. Hopefully it'll move because I want to show you what happens. Okay, so you'll see right at the bottom here, there are the two price alerts right there. Now, I minimize the window because I don't have to have this window up and running. Okay, and my luck, I've chosen one that's not moving. You know what? I'm just going to move that price alert right on the screen. It's just got a trade now. It's just not trading. Wow, look at AHI. Holy smokes. Okay, let me put AHI. I mean, something that's moving. Okay, you see what happened? Okay, so I put a price alert. I just wanted to, make sure it triggered. I put a price alert at 145 for AHI. It hit 145 because I minimized my price alert window. It popped up on my screen. I can put a sound alert on it, which I've done. I put a sound alert on it using the actions and all. The reason I do that is because I have a wireless headset, so sometimes I wander away from my computer. And when I hear that sound, I have a unique sound. You can put a unique sound, a different sound for every time you have like I have a sound here for my alert window. I know what that sound is for the momentum up. So when I hear that sound, I know which window to look at. Okay, you put a different sound alert on your different windows. So when you hear the sound, you know which window to look at. I also sort on the trigger time column so that the last one will appear right on the top. Okay. But the big deal is really minimizing the window. You don't have to have the window up and running. Well, you don't have to have it displayed taking up screen space. You just minimize the window. Okay. And then when you get the alert, it'll pop up on your screen and you can hear it. Okay. AHI is halted again. All right, guys, am I up to date on all questions? If I haven't answered a question, please just repost it. I sort of scrolled up there and I can't see anything that I may have missed, but that doesn't mean I haven't. Hey, I think I'm all caught up, and wow, what a fast morning, 11:17. The P&L summary lost. Right, right now though, I don't think this is, that's why I don't like to have this in the doc. I'm going to close this one out because I don't think, because right now this max P&L, it should say something. So I'm going to close. Yeah, I don't really like having the Brokerage Plus window. I probably shouldn't have done it in the doc. So anyway, I'm going to load it again. Yeah, I see now. See that, because that should have been showing up, the total P&L and all that. Just give me a moment as I adjust something here. All right, guys, I just have to expand this a bit so I can see the send, which, get rid of this. Okay, so what don't you have? I'm sorry, what don't you have? Are you talking about the red bar, the red bar, the red bar? You're talking about this today P&L? Oh, this at the top here. Oh, okay, okay. I see. Okay, that is just. I know Pepe will know. It's just an option. Probably show profit continuum as. Which is where. Under window. Oh, that's right. Under Windows. So under Windows. So show profit continuum. Thank you, Pepe. If you're wondering why I don't know all these things, it's because I set this up years ago and I haven't really looked. Ooh, should get rid of the pinned. No, no, I want it pinned. Okay, so that's it. So Windows here. Show profit continuum. So this is a classic example, guys, of what you should never have allowed to happen. Okay. In the Peloton at 9:48, at one point you were up $54. Not saying that was tremendous, but you would never want to let a profit turn into a big loss. Okay. Have to manage the trade a lot better. Okay, Paul, okay, try to go to our homepage. There are people there that can probably help you. I personally can't help you, but I'm going to give you a link. Okay, so when you click on the homepage link, you click on the homepage link that I just put in there, and then a questions and answer will pop up. Click on the questions and answers and ask, okay, and explain what's happening, but give them your email. so they can look up your account. Okay. And I'm sure somebody will fix it. Okay. But make sure you give them the email you use to sign up for the test drive. Speaking of the test drive, guys, you can still sign up for it. You won't get the 10 days, of course, but you'll get the balance of today. And then until the 20th inclusive. Okay, so there is still time to sign up for the test drive. This is the last day you can sign up. So you click on the test drive link, it'll still cost $11.11. Basically, that money goes to the exchanges, okay? Because we still have to pay for data. They don't care. We'd love to offer just completely free, but the data still has to be paid for. I think we have 1,500 people. It's not too bad. So anyway, 2 weeks, but obviously not 2 weeks. The balance of today until the 20th inclusive. Okay. When the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. And we don't put you into a subscription. Okay. And the reason I'm emphasizing that is because it's an email that we commonly get. What happens when it's over? Do you put me into a subscription? Okay. No, no, no. Okay. Just like it's saying, you can still sign up for the test drive. Midnight tonight. I don't know how many times I've told them to put the time zone, Eastern time, okay? Because if you're on the West Coast and you do it midnight your time, it won't work. But ET, Eastern time zone. So you know what? We last one we had was in October. We don't have them very much anymore, very many times anymore. So if you think, $11.11 for the balance of today and then until the 20th is worth it, go for it. So again, guys, on this CFLT, I don't know what's going to happen, but later on in the day, it could come all the way back, get back up to that 37 level, take this out, and maybe go on a run. We don't know. Just put the price alert up there and see what happens. We saw that happen with one of them yesterday, a short that, it had an alert, and about 3 hours later, had an alert moved. I think it was a short, had an alert moved above the alert price. And then about 3 hours later, it hit that alert price again and really gave us a nice short at the end of the day. Meanwhile, we get gigantic red bar happening on the SPY. Something's happening, big of a sell off. So there's there's the FWRG. Kind of trigger, but it's pretty choppy. Still pretty choppy. I mean, I like the idea that the next low looking left is way down here around 16, but it is still kind of choppy. The other thing that is there any news on this? So that's the reason. So this is a financing, okay? It's the 3 million. So it's a financing kind of. That's the reason for it being down. I have to admit that the ones that I really like from the AI are, well, okay, it has some news. So there is some news here. But the earnings plays, not that this is like BRZE is an earnings, excuse me, is an earnings play. The ones that I've seen this week are typically the ones that are of interest are the earnings plays. Why? Because earnings plays are typically active all day long. You just don't want to get into something and then have it just dry up on you. So that's the only earnings play. And I'm not saying that just because this has obviously worked very well, but when we look at the ones that were alerted this week, the ones that really were active all day long were the earnings plays, and we're not in earnings season at all. And by the way, what is an earnings play? Any stock that released earnings after hours. Let's take a look at BRZE. So you can see BRZE released earnings after hours yesterday. That's that mauve area on the 15-minute chart, or in the pre-market, which is the tan chart. But in this particular case, they released earnings after hours, and typically, yeah, they'll have a pop, but they can still move the next day. So these are the earnings plays for me. Ones that move have earnings after hours the day before, and then of course pre-market today. Ooh. What is happening with AHI? Was there any actual news? I mean, I know it's got halted a few times, but was there any traders circulating stuff? Last news I actually see is on the 29th of May. I don't see anything else other than the fact that it's been halted a bunch of times. Oh, there's another one. Somebody asked about the float rotation. So 13.8 million, it's traded 64 million. So, divide that. Meanwhile, GME is GME giving up, I think, the VWAP guys, 22.46. So yeah, I had the pop up to 23.47. Now the drop through the VWAP, through the 200-day moving average again. Andy is today, yes, dip buyer, yes. Well, let me confirm that. Sometimes he and Steve swap. I know Steve was yesterday, but sometimes Andy cannot make it on a Friday. So, but I'll just confirm it right now. And before I take my break between 12 and 1. I'll pop the YouTube link in so you guys can head over and listen to Andy. It's always a good idea. I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time, and then one of the other traders takes over. And just coincidentally, there are 5 days of the week and five different traders. So today it is Andy, and it's always a good idea to listen to another perspective. Most of the other guys are way more into swing trading than I am. Okay. So there you go, guys. If you had told me that Aus would have got down to that 566, I would have taken it at 599. But I am a pretty conservative trader. But now look what could happen if it takes out that 566. Then it's got a shot to down to that five level, and I'm talking about the oust. Okay, I did not take the trade because I thought maybe the support was a little too close. But just because what I think could happen doesn't absolutely mean it's going to happen. Oh, guess who's halted for news, guys? Now, has it moved up or down? Blue Apron just halted for news. I wonder what's going to happen here. APRN just halted for news. It's been somewhat of a free fall since a couple of days ago. Not an earnings play. Yeah, so much for Neo, guys, or Neo. Again, very choppy. Released earnings. Initial reaction was pretty good. 875 has given up a dollar of that, and basically it's flat. It's up a penny from yesterday's close. But look what happened in the pre-market. In the pre-market, it actually got down to 730. Okay, very choppy in the pre-market. We got to be early on it, Stuart. Obviously, I mean, you have to see it early enough. AHI. I mean, there's always the fear of. I mean, you could have got in. What was the first halt? The first halt was at 103. Okay. If you've been halts are not easy, but I mean, it did give an opportunity because it got down to 90 cents. So if you had been really paying attention, not 90 cents, but 98 cents, 97 cents, if you're paying real attention, what did it do when it came out of its halt? So it dipped down a little bit below the halt price of 103, and then it just popped way above it. So if you've been quick and attentive, possibility to take it, between 103 and 110. Not easy though. Not easy. That's gonna be a moment. Guys. All right, I just confirmed it will be Andy. Yes, Andy will be in our YouTube room in about 26 minutes. He'll be in around noon. And there's AHI resuming again, I think. But normally I have when I get back to my maybe next week, I don't know. I'll have my what I call my normal layout up and running. Basically, I just have this also, and I have a momentum down. Otherwise, it looks pretty much the same. The other thing I do is I do like to have a weekly chart up and running. So the daily and the weekly. Look at AHI. This has been, a lot of times what happens, after about the third halt or so, usually you get maybe some kind of a big sell off, but not even close. And there is still no news on this one, is there? That anybody can see? Well, I can confirm the apron halt right here. Apron halted because of news. And if you have, well, I don't know who your broker is, but it certainly is halted. Really? Well, it's not trading. Halted. This is IB, Interactive Brokers, but it's a news halt. And here we go. There is the news. It hasn't opened yet, but closing transaction with Fresh Realm to execute its asset light model and focus on its direct to consumer business. So this is the news. So obviously this transaction had been in the works for a while, perhaps. Yeah, so closed its previously announced transaction. So this had been in the works for a while, and I guess now it is closed. So let's see what happens once Blue Apron opens. Yeah, and this is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. And if it were, pretty big fee rate, 32%. But a moment, guys. Guy is not shortable. Well, when I say not shortable, okay, it means that in theory, it's shortable, but they'd have to locate. Okay, so when I see that, I don't even bother. So that is AHI. Blue Apron. Apron is actually no, no. Wait a minute. Is it's taking its time to load. It looks like it is shortable. Not many shorts though. Right now, 13,000 at Interactive Brokers. And I have no idea when that's going to open. News halts, sometimes there'll be a time, like a certain time when it's going to open. I don't know, maybe on a NASDAQ site or something like that, but it's not a volatility halt. So, and there's AHI open again and a little bit of a drop. You should check to see where this could go if it keeps wanting to go. Weekly chart. So the next high looking left is, well, you can kind of see that 208 is the next high. 208 is the next high looking left, and it got to 190, what, 190, 194. So pretty close to that high. That could be it. And this is what I mean. This is Interactive Brokers, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas, but with AHI, it says the contract will be available for shorts if the shares can be located. So they're not ruling out the possibility, but the problem is if you're intraday trading, you can't wait for them to locate shares for you. So This was active in the pre-market, this AKLI, but it is a choppy mess, guys. I mean, look at this, all the way up to 154, back down to 120, up, down, up, down. Not a crazy low float, 39 million in the float. Is there any news on this one? I don't see any specific news on it. All right, guys, let's see. 15 minutes for Andy before Andy gets into our YouTube room. Okay, Anjo. Okay, see, Anjo just showed up, 11:41. Let's take a look at it. Yeah, it's got maybe some room here, guys. I mean, the high up here is almost 11, but there is a weekly high at 1064. But maybe that won't matter, the fact because it did get up to 11. News on this one. Divest. Oh, say so they sold off. Okay, so they sold off a piece of their company for $100 million in order to reduce debt, etc., which is not great, but okay. That's the reason for the move. What's the volume like? 400,000. I mean, it's not. I mean, it's not bad in terms of relative volume. 5.4 times normal up to this time of day. Well, okay. I'm interested to a certain extent. I want to see how well this holds this 1044, 45 level. If it starts moving up, I might take some. I will not. Yeah, there's no way I use that stop. I mean, basically it's the stop of the low of the day. I won't use that. Too way too far from me. I'd be more inclined to take a stop at around 1030. Just looking at the lows of these 15-minute candles, but that's me. Okay, that's just me. But it may not happen. I mean, it just doesn't look dynamic enough. But okay, AHI just resumed at 166, I guess. So it is finally taking its big header. Boy, this Angel just doesn't trade. I mean, it's just sort of stuck here. But you never know. Later on in the day, maybe it starts to move. So what I'll do is I'll stick an alert around 1048 and see if that happens. Takes that out, has a shot to the 1090, maybe 11 level. Wow. AHI not dead. Not dead. Fell back down to 162, pop right back up here, and now halted again. I mean, look, if it takes out this two, what did I say? This 211, 208, got to put an alert there. Haven't had one like this for a while, guys. So who knows if it takes out that high? A lot of traders will look at that, and it may keep running from there. Let's just take a look at where it could stall after that if that happened. 247. This is back. Okay, that's January of 2022, so about a year and a half ago. Next highs. Not dead yet. That's exactly right. Not dead yet. So there's a little Ackley. Ackley is on the move. On the move. I said it was pretty choppy, but there's your high up here, 154. Not to back this weekly out to see. Maybe we'll get a monthly up to see. No, I sort of remember this one. This is way back here in about a year ago, last June. Okay, guys, so there's the Ango. So maybe, okay, it's inching its way. 1046, 1050 now. But look at Ackley. So again, you're looking for momentum plays. This is a great scan right here. Momentum plays right here. What is she insane? $1 million by 2030. The volatility halts are typically 5 minutes long, okay? Typically. So no, I mean it's not 100%. Sometimes they're, but if they're not 5 minutes and they're typically a multiple of five, but typically they are 5 minutes. Let's take a look at some of the ones earlier. You can see this one, XIN was halted at 1107 plus 28 seconds, right on the pen, right on the second, open at 1112, 28. Typically, AHI, ooh, okay, Enjo. AHI earlier. I mean, typically they're 5 minutes. And if it's not 5 minutes, then it's usually a multiple of 5 minutes. So 10. Okay. Well, we hardly had any Halter Zooms yesterday, but here we go. So Apron just opened up. Blue Apron just opened up. So it got halted. What was the halt at? 495. So on that news, it did pop up. It came right back down, got up to 580, but massive swings. Well, we got a couple of real winners here, the AHI and the AKLI. So there's a little common theme here, both starting with A, ending in I. AI, get it? Anyway, this AHI, guys, I mean, it honestly, I mean, if it takes this out, this 204, I mean, it could keep going. It's had really not a big pullback yet. But don't anticipate it's going to happen. That's why I have a price alert at the level. Okay. I'm not anticipating it's going to happen. What's the float? I mean, it's low, 13.8 million. That's certainly low, but it's not one of the crazy low ones that we've seen, the ones that are 1 or 2 million. And again, quickly, because Andy's going to be taking over for me, what the float is, the available number of shares that can be traded, okay, on a daily basis. So if you take a name stock like an Apple, there are a bunch of shares outstanding. And what you do is you start subtracting from those shares outstanding the amount that the C-suiters own, the CEOs, the COOs, et cetera, big mutual funds, because typically those shares cannot be traded on a daily basis. So you take your shares outstanding, you subtract all of those shares, and you get the float. Now with these little ones, I mean, there's probably not too many mutual funds that own, but bottom line is this: the lower that number, that is a supply of stock that can be, so like any other commodity on earth, if you have low supply and high demand for whatever reason, we don't even know what the reason is. I don't see any headline, but high demand 73 million, low float 13 million. You've got tons of activity, and what it's like any other commodity on earth: low supply, high demand, price goes up. Okay, and question I get a lot: what do I consider a low float? For me, anything under 20 million, I consider a low float. Some might say 10, some might say 5. There's no hard and fast rule. But if you're used to trading Apple and Microsoft and Google and the huge floats, the ones that have billions in the float, you would think 100 million would be a low float. So it's different perspectives. But that is the only way you can have a stock go up 500%. It has to be a low float, because even if Apple or one of these other large float companies had the most incredible news in history, their history is probably still not going to go up 500%, just because it has so much in the float. So while these are a lot of fun to play when you're on the upside, remember when the buying drops, so when the demand drops, these things can sink like a stone. So never wander away from your computer if you're in one of these. Never. Even for 5 seconds. You have to be paying, if you get into one of these, you have to be paying attention to it at all times. Okay, guys, I'll put my announcement in. I'm just waiting for Andy to show up. Okay, and I'll put the YouTube link into the room, so you guys can head over to YouTube and listen to Andy if you'd like to. Just one moment. Okay, guys, here's the YouTube link in. You want to head over to listen to Andy. He'll be there very soon. How can I help you? I have no idea how to help you. The Bangladesh government will not allow all types of pay, like Bitcoin or PayPal. What about a credit card? I have no idea how I can help you. You can go to our. Okay, so yeah, you're in the wrong. We cannot tell you what company to invest in, a reliable company name. You need to know withdrawal and deposit policy. Sorry. Just give me, I think you're in the room, right, Andy?
I'm here, Barry.
Okay, just give me a moment.
No hurry.
Just gotta, okay, guys, I'm muting myself. Andy is in the room.
How's it going,
I
Barry?
gotta, just give me a moment. I gotta stop
No
my
problem.
music. Okay. So yeah, I don't see how we can help this gentleman from Bangladesh. I think he's asking, I'm not sure exactly what he means.
Let's see. Can I invest? Reliable company name. I need to know withdrawal and deposit.
I think he might think we're a broker or something.
Yeah, we're not a we're not a broker, so probably not coming to the right place. The only one company that it seems like is probably more international than any of the brokers that I know is Interactive Brokers, and if they're not
Uh,
available, yeah,
absolutely.
yeah, if they're not
Absolutely.
available, then you probably don't have any U.S. based brokers work available there. But
Hmm.
yeah.
So,
All right.
I will say this. This has been probably the more active test drive in the last little
Yeah.
while. Active
Good.
in that a lot of times, Andy, for me in the first 2 days, I'm swamped with questions. By the third day, kind of, not that much. And then for the balance of the test drive, I can almost even go back to my old layout and not as many questions, but questions galore, which is great,
Good.
which is
Good.
great.
Yes. Yes. I've noticed that. Steve said he had been getting nice crowds on our live stream, so that's great. I'm with you, Barry. Seems like
Mhm.
people are really interested. Well, the market has a way of doing that, and the market's been really good lately. So.
Well, yeah. I mean, we're back into. I don't want to brand a bull, bear, or
Mm-mm.
whatever. All I know is it's going up right now.
Right.
So
Exactly.
that's all
Exactly.
I know.
Exactly.
So, all right, my friend.
All right.
1 o'clock, good for you, or do you have to
Oh
leave early?
yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh
Take the.
yeah.
Well,
Okay.
take the.
Okay. I'll put
What is it?
myself
What is
on
it? Full,
mute right
full
now.
9 yards or whatever. Something
Yeah,
like
the full 9 yards. Yeah.
that.
Okay. Thanks, Andy.
All right, buddy.
We'll talk
Take
in
care,
about an
man.
hour.
All
Bye.
right. Bye bye. Hello, everybody. This is the support webinar where I hijack Barry's live stream for an hour. So if you do have any questions, this is a great place to use that little YouTube chat and fire away. I'll do my best uh, to help you out. Yeah, yeah. It's always China Stock Friday for me. Actually, China has been very good to me lately, and of course, I had to thin out a little bit today, but I'll just show you this PDD. You'll see some of my entries in here. I've been in this one since 65.91 on this reversal right here. KWeb been in from here. Yeah, I sold Boba today, and I'm probably going to regret it, but I don't know because it's right. I had no reason to. I needed to let it. It's right in the middle of the range, but I got alert. If I have to buy it back, I will. Lee, I've been in for a while. Down to only about a quarter of my position now. But today, you guys, you know my style. So what happens is I thinned out of a lot today, and I got long some SPXS uh, at their 1538. So just and let me tell you why I did that and why you should be up on in your toes, especially if you're a swing trader. And you can see here the SPY. We're just running right into a level right over here, a pivot level where we rejected back in August. So you got to keep that in the back of your mind. And because I tell you, a lot of wise investors and traders are looking at that level. And this is why you're seeing a pretty good, decent pullback just went negative or trying to go negative in the SPYs. That doesn't mean we can't dig in but if you've had some nice profits, I can see where today is a good time to take to take some. To take some. All right. So fire away if you have any questions about the platform, especially. Hit me up on the chat. And just to make sure, because I heard a little noise in the background, if you would, somebody in the chat, tell me if you can hear me. I just want to make sure we're not having an issue because I did hear a little ring or something. Can you guys hear me okay? Anyone? Okay. Thank you, Pioneer Club. Thank you, Sandra. Peter, thank you. All right. But I'm still liking China. Want to see a lot of these stocks like K Web's just up here, but it may take a breather, especially if we're going to see some in the spies and Qs. Take a look at the Qs since we took a look at the spies, and they're holding up okay. Still slightly up on the day. Always like to. Any thoughts on Carvana? Well, like a lot of things, this was a major short squeeze. Anything, yesterday. I mean, look at the short float, 57%. And that's what that was yesterday. So anytime you see a move like that, it looks great, and you can really talk yourself into, oh man, this they're turning around. This has been beaten up, uh, and but that could be unwise because you have to understand when you see that much short float. Now, if we had that move yesterday and I looked over here and there was, the short float was 3%, maybe I'd be thinking, something's going on here. But I think you had a lot of squeezing going on. I have no, you might can do a retracement from uh, maybe a anchored VWAP from the gap. Yeah, we're right there, that anchored VWAP, but nothing, nothing today. Hold on, somebody's trying to hit me up. Let me tell him I'm in a webinar. I'll get back to him. So if you're looking to play a bounce, what I normally do, Peter, is I look for a technical reason to play that bounce. Um, for whatever reason, and then you then play at small size. The CSIQ, for example, on the 200 day, I can see taking a small size on the CSIQ, pulling back to the 200 day. So that's a technical reason. Now, it's an ugly chart, but if you're thinking, hey, the 200 day, not only that has a little kind of a pivot level right here. If you're thinking it's going to hold, I don't, I can I can accept that, as a logical reason to maybe take a small entry on something if it's technical reason. But if I look at something like Carvana, it's what I call no man's land. I think I talked a little bit about this last week with you, and I don't see any technical reason to jump in there. Now, what I might look at this 20 level. Okay, so look on the daily chart. I'm sorry, these and right there. So what I would do is put alert right here, maybe right above 20. And if it gets there, see what happens because that is a pivot level. It's a pretty good pivot level. So what I would do is look at that 20 level. And if I were to enter it right there, catching the knife, it would be very tiny, probably a 1/4 position. And then if it failed, I would get out quick. Or another way to play it is observe it. Don't assume it's going to defend that pivot level, that support level. You can't assume that's going to happen. Okay. So what you can do is watch it on the 15-minute chart And then if you get a bounce, whether you want to call it a bar reversal or a move back above the 10 period moving average, whatever your reason would be, then maybe you could get a little more aggressive and go for maybe a third of a size or even a half a size. But the key is if it doesn't hold, you got to get out quick. You cannot ride this thing all the way back down to the gap fill, in my opinion. If that's another $5 lower. So I hope that helped you, Peter, on when and when not to maybe take a chance on a bounce. Uh, these are my actual positions. I'm in all these positions right here. Yes, I'm not sure what you mean by top line. You're talking about up here. They will also appear up here on this line as well, but you can see the symbols right here, Sandra. Now, I've been in these for a while, so except for the CSIQ, which could be out pretty quick. Showing a little bit more of loss on the CSIQ because I tried it earlier and it failed, but I got out and then looked for another level. And the reason I'm taking a chance on it is when I look at I should have played this DQ, uh, having a nice bounce. Okay, China Solar. CSIQ is actually a Canadian company, but they do a lot of solar business. Uh, JKS, I think it had a bounce today. Maybe yeah, a little bit of a bounce in there. So I got a technical reason and a kind of a fundamental reason to be taking a chance down here on the CSIQ. This beat I've been in for a while. I got a third of my position left, and this is an area where I could possibly look. You see, I have an alert there at the 10 period moving average. It's been holding it now for about a week. So if it gets down there, I do this a lot where I will take profits and then hold on to a position size, and then if it comes back to a level where I like, I may get back in a third of that position. Farheen, I think you said you were in India, or that's what I heard from Barry. I don't know if you actually dropped it in here that you were. I don't know. You can you just have to look around in your area, whether it be, you can probably Google, brokers, stockbrokers in India. I just don't know what's available there, so I can't offer you any opinion on that. I'm sorry. I wish I could. I just don't know, what's available in India. Another one, this Cura is another one that I kind of the same logic. Of course, you had two moving average here. You had the 200 and the 20-day. I like the way this pattern was setting up, so I took a small chance on maybe a third of a size buy there. Yeah, I like this rum holding up. Uh, I actually got it a little bit better by the time I pulled it. I'm not connected to my broker, so I have to execute my trades in my broker and then come over here. So I'm really in about 10 in my broker. But I like the way this is setting up. This is boy, it's a long channel. So if it can get above, this level up here, could get something going. And I always like to see right? You had that sell off in the market, and this held up strong. Relative strength. Just go over some a shop I bought yesterday. This is one where I bought half a size, taking advantage of this down drive because the stock. I've been trading this well lately. Every time it looks bleak, if you buy, it pops back up. So, but I always go in half size, and uh, then I think, yeah, I think I what is that? Can't remember. No, I added to it yesterday on the pullback. Bought it at the close because I liked the way it was kind of hugging this. It was kind of an anticipatory trade. And then one, and then of course, just to show you why I swing trade is this stupid SCINE. So I bought it at looking at, well, I was watching it right here, stalking it, if you will, and then it got above this range. Bought it at 307. Got wham bump. This is why like swing trading. I mean, sometimes I'll pick some off for a day trade, but I prefer the swing trading time frame. Now, Peloton had a lot. And see, this is kind of interesting to me. I don't like the fact that it broke down all through its moving averages, but I do like these bottoming tails here, and you're right at the 50. But not enough for me to give it a shot. Just that it would be a gamble. All right, let's take a look at some races. Apron, man, where'd that come from? That's a crazy move. Not sure what's going on there, but good Lord, look at that move. All right. Note AI play holding up pretty well. The daily. This one was strong yesterday. Looks like it might huge volume yesterday. What was that other one that was? Oh, I guess I'm thinking of Carvana, which Peter, it could have a bounce. Who knows? But I just feel like it's so much of a guess right now. I will. Like I said, I'm a swing trader. So what I'll do is I have one right here, this raise right here that I'll use for swing trading, and this is what's called I call above all major SMAs. I mean, basically, it every stock in here. Let's take a look at this BRZE, which was a earnings play, but you can see it's above all its key major averages. Everything that comes through here is going to be through all its major averages. So I will look at this for for a swing trade. Now I'm more of a setup guy, so you usually don't find me like chasing big gap ups. That's not my style. Now I will if it's a breakout on the daily and everything lines up and it's doing huge volume for sure. But for the most part, I like to look for setups. So let me show you one I called out in my swing trading. This one right here is a decent setup. Okay, you're not chasing something that's already moved. It's above its moving averages. Looks like it may want to go attack this 1529 level again. So you're going to find me trading, stocks like that. Tesla, yeah, there's no way after that big move it had, and then the news came out. I would trade this. And it makes me mad because I was in this several times back around 165 and made some decent money on it, but would have made a lot more if I just held. Hard to do. But anyway, I'll share this with you, goose eggs, because it can point you in the right direction. If anybody wants to take a look at it. Not expecting too much more action in the market today. I mean, we could go lower, but I'd be well, I shouldn't be say I'd be surprised when we went back to highs because this market has been nice lately. So a lot of times what I'll do in times like this, you've kind of, worked out of your positions and as I'll look for just start marking up with price alerts. It's always a good thing to do. If you're from momentum trader, this right here, maybe watch see how it closes the day and then mark a price alert above today's high because you could have like a go pause go. Document not a pretty ugly after earnings there. Yes, goose eggs, you can. What you have to do, let me see. I don't have mine set up because what happens for me, I don't need it because you you just saw what happened. It pops up anytime a price alert comes up. It pops up on my screen and shows me. It flashes up. So I think yeah, you can do actions, and I think your only choice is beep. So in other words, you cannot have customized sound in your price alerts. So and then all you have to do is hit play sound. You can go to setup sound, and I think it has to be on beat for price alert. Let me see. Yeah, you can try the other ones, but I would just keep it on beep. So you can set it up for sound, but you don't have to because it's going to flash up on your screen every time something comes up. All right, let me just check. This market seems like the sellers are out today. Profit taking going into the weekend. Nope, it's not in tools. You just right click. You just right click inside the price alerts. Okay, so just bring up a price alert windows. You can find the price alerts in new if you want to pull one up, go to new and then just pull up price alerts window. Okay, but once it's up and you want to set up sound, just right click and go to actions. Click on actions, right? And that's where it's going to be. And that's how you set it up. If I was a day trader right now, I'd probably be shorting Tesla. Trying about to go to Lowe's here. I'd probably would have wanted to do it a little bit earlier though, but what's that low? 245.09. So right there. Marcus Green, what is you doing? I know I have a price alert in there somewhere. Yeah, well, it's like the way my shop is holding up. This has not had the move like your Amazons and Netflixes and all that. And this is just a still in the lower part of its range. Let's take a look at the weekly. But I just love the daily setup on this thing. This is why I keep buying, buying when it sells off. Let's take a look at the time frame and the weekly. That's a nice looking weekly too. Yeah, you can see this has a lot of room. And really, if it gets, they got to work on these scrolling zoom feature on this a little bit non-reactive when I try to. There you go. Yeah, it could if it takes out, this weekly high, I can see this thing going to, another $15 higher easy to that 200 day in the near future if the market holds up, which as we speak, looks like it's heading to lows. And what did I just say about Tesla if I was a day trader? Look at that. $3 move right there. I've been in CD. I got lucky on this. You can see I'm in this CD. I've sold most of it, but I was in it on that gap up. They got an offer on the table at $8 a share. That's why it's kind of holding up well. But there's always a chance that's it's a non-binding offer, which means I guess they could pull it at any time. So I may, if it goes to low, I just may ring the bell on that. The rest of mine, go ahead and put alert. Bring this one down. Well, this thing is really being stubborn. I'm hoping it gets a pullback here at the 50 because that's some nice relative. Even though the daily looks like crap, let me show you a typical. Let me just expand it so you guys can see real good. Because keep an eye on this because you see this all the time, and you can see this line. Let's see here. Well, anyway, you can see the support level down here, and I see this so much. I always kind of keep an eye on these stocks. If I am bottom fishing, I like to watch for shenanigans like this. So you had a nice support level, a double bottom right here, and look what happened. Took out that support level for a couple of days, wash out all the remaining stops, and then boom, bounce. Uh, very, very common. I see that a lot. Anyway, I was supposed to have my eye on it, and really today's the day I was supposed to have my eye on it, and it got away from me. Do those of you that come in for Barry's break have your own channel like this? No, no, we don't. It's funny that you ask goose eggs because we're seeing a lot of people that even though Barry provides an incredible service, it's mostly for day trading. Uh, and we're thinking about offering doing some a product to where because I put a video out every morning, but the guy who loads it up, it probably doesn't get up for till about an hour after they open. But and then Michael has his strength alert product that we sell, and so me and Michael have been talking about possibly providing more swing trading ideas, and maybe doing a webinar for an hour or two in the morning because swing trading you don't have to be in here all day. Typically when you're swing trading a lot of the trades are done in the first few hours of the day. But anyway, maybe doing a morning webinar for an hour or two just to kind of so people can come in and see what we're thinking. I mean, experienced traders has been doing this for 25 plus years, and giving you guys ideas, not giving you calls. Although I don't mind telling people when I make a call because I've been doing it my whole life. I used to have a service pretty much doing what Barry does. Me and Steve back with the Day Trader years ago, and I think it would help a lot of people. You can just follow. Let me just put it up for you, be easier, so you won't make any mistakes. Okay, so I'm kind of in with a guy that puts up all the videos. He's kind of our social media guy, and so but there's the morning pick. So if you go on Twitter and just follow this right here, Trade Ideas LLC, you'll see those in the morning, and you can see he's kind of late getting it up. But when you're talking about swing trades, sometimes it's okay if you miss maybe I don't know 25, 30 cents on a stock because You know, a lot of these are meant to be held for several days. Or like you've seen in mine, I've been holding some of these for several weeks. Uh, that CD I've been in for a while. I bought it on this day, so almost a couple of weeks. PDD was on the list that day. So anyway, yeah. So I know. I wish there was a better way to get these messages out. But if you'll, yeah, just follow this right here. He'll post them. I need to work on him giving talking about this AVGO this morning. That was just a beautiful setup. Let me see how that's doing. Probably coming back with the market. It's hanging in there, but yeah, that's a nice looking chart here. You got that 10 period moving average just being defended. But you always have to keep in mind the backdrop of the market. That's the swing channel, swing picks. Think this is just Michael's. Yeah, they're great. You got to know how to trade them. Trader's Eye is another one. Let me just pull up the dock window, guys. If you don't, I will submit this about 30 minutes before the bell. Let me take you go. If you don't want to wait on that video, we have a dock channel bar and this Trader's Eye. If you go in there, you are going to see my stocks lined up on the races. So there you go. So if you want to go to the Trader's Eye, this is the same as that video. It's going to have the same calls in the video that I put in out. Uh, you can flip back and forth and let's take a look at the daily here. So this triggered, but once again, guys, the market you always got to keep again. Think so. I'll have all these in there. What I'll do in the video is I'll pick probably about 3 or 4 of the ones I like the most. Okay, so if you want to take a look at these, because these are typically, Taste was on there today, and look at this thing. If it gets through 6, that's a beautiful setup there. So what you can do, just come in here and put some price alerts, mark them up. This is what I do. Uh, ABGO, you could have just, marked that up. Now it probably would have triggered, mine triggered, but for reasons of the market, I didn't take some of these trades. I just feel like the market's tired and needs a break, but they'll be in there every day. There's ANET doing it. Had a couple of good days of volume. Why isn't that not showing up on my daily? No, maybe it wasn't ANET. Hold on. There's one of them. Let me try something here because I could have sworn I saw. No, that wasn't it. That wasn't it. Well, having a hard time remembering my stocks. Oh, may not have made the race. Let me look on my. Well, just going to go through each one of them here. It's a good looking chart right there too. Just you can just go through the symbols and just mark them up. Here's what I'm going to do since we don't have, because I'm going to share with you this swing trade watcher. So you can also pull this, like if you don't want to pull this, you can just pull this up at nighttime or in the morning. See, so make sure this is set right. Yeah, swing trade watcher. You'll have access to this global watch list. So let me just share this with you. So this way, if you didn't want to have that dock channel up, you could just pull this up right here and put it in your layout, and you would have some nice looking. Even if you're a day trader, these things can have some nice setups for big move in them. Let me get rid of that. Sometimes you get too much going on right here. It can slow your computer down. So anyway, and yeah, let's take a look at the swing picks. I think this is Michael's picks. So they're the same as the strength alerts, okay? And there's only going to be 5 of them in there, I think. But you're also going to have the TI strength that'll give you real time stocks that are exhibiting strength in there. So these can be great ideas as well. And you can keep an eye on those as well. Look at that CBOE. It's a nice looking chart there. All right, that's good. Look at that Tesla. That would have been a nice little. I guarantee you, some good traders are on that. CrowdStrike alert. Okay, this is one I set a while back. So let's. Yeah, if I would have seen that in the market's not crumbling down, but not interested in it right now, just because I'm seeing a lot of. It's got to see how my, excuse me, how my shop is holding up now, since all the rest of them have got a. Let's see, Nvidia. All right, let's take a look. Take a look around. Qs. Boy, I tell you, some individual stocks can get clobbered, man, and the Qs are still up on the day. It's just it's crazy. The liquidity here can be very, very bad. Yeah, I had about 20 positions on this board this morning, so I had to be on the ball. Spread that risk out though. Don't just get it on a couple of trades. All right. Slow it down a little bit. Single stock window. There we go. TH looks good on your chart. TH. Yeah. Like to have seen it around right about there. 16.15. Once again, look at that short float. 35%. Seeing some squeeze going on there. There goes rum. Nice little volume bar there. Look at the 1 minute and 5 minute volume. Now this is one where I actually got a pretty decent position, but I could still add, just get stupid along this thing if it breaks that level. Only bad thing about that is you ruin your average cost. Then you get nervous on a pullback. So I'll probably just keep what I have. Oh, is it, Peter? Is some there's two or three investors in that, isn't there? On that rum. But I know you keep an eye on those fundamentals. Here, Barry's wow going on. AVXL. Boy, there's some volume coming in. It's crazy volume. Put a little alert. I don't want to chase, but let me see if I can get a pullback here. always get excited on these stocks that get volume coming in out of nowhere on a Friday, just because potential mergers. Market's trying to get a little bounce. Some nice couple of volume bars there in that rum. I'm not sure if that relative volume's right. That didn't seem right to me. It's already surpassed yesterday. I guess these days back over here kind of messed it up. Uh, I would probably say, good question. It's if I go to my, well, I'll just share this one right here that I have. It's called, I got a couple of them and they're very similar. So I'll share both of them with you. But nice setup is where I find, and I just kind of built this. It's looking for stocks that are just setting up nicely. These are better like at night or at pre-market when you can just pull these up and see, what's setting up. But there you go. Look at that ACN. That just, it's pulled back, from, in other words, it's not going to be a chase, but they're setting up this nice little, and my configuration. What happened is that there was a stock that I traded very well. It was Neo probably a couple of years ago, and so what I did is I put it in stocks like this, and that ACN looks actually pretty good right there. So, well, stocks is setting up nicely. SMHs are all in there, but you can see what I'm talking about. It's going to be probably close to its 10-period moving average. Okay, on a like say a 10-day time frame, it's going to be. I hear you whispering back there, Barry. It's it's going to put you pulled back and just forming a nice little setup. Let's take a look at the configuration so you guys can learn how to build some of these. And I use a lot of position and range filters. And you can see this position in 10-day range. It has to be a minimum of 50, but a max of 75. So I don't want this thing to be, all the way through a 10-day high. I'm going to look for that setup. So this is a real good one, and I will share it with you. This could be good for day trading too.
Day trading? Did you say day trading?
Yeah.
By
Scalpers,
the way, that
Barry.
wasn't a whisper. That was a little cough.
All right.
Ooh,
So,
okay. Look at FWRG from the AI now. I've been waiting for this to see if it would take out that initial 1668 to short, and this, the alert happened at 1058, but it's just happening again. I'm gonna keep watching
okay.
it. It's got room underneath. When you look left and you look left on the daily chart, 1610 is the next low. So it's got a little bit of room. Kind of a choppy looking trader though. That's the only issue. But maybe it'll get going on the way down and approach that 16 level.
What's that symbol again, Barry?
FWRG from our AI.
Oh.
But you have to understand that
Yep.
the alert was at 1668
Mm-hmm.
at
I see.
1058. Okay, that's Eastern time.
Yeah.
And from there it didn't do anything forever. But
Right.
now maybe.
If it can break that 50 on the daily, yeah, which is close to
Yeah.
lows, that could be
And then
nice.
you look left on that daily chart, and the next low is 1610. So it's got a little bit of room.
Yeah. I hear you.
A little bit of room. But I did well on the Angel, ANGO. I waited and waited and waited and I waited. We had the alert at 11:41 at 10:40, and it kind of chopped around a
Oh,
little bit.
nice.
Yeah, I mean, I have to tell you, Andy, I'm finding a way to trade around all these, the ones that we're getting on the AI. The one I missed because I was talking too much was the BRZE. I mean, that was at 954. If you look where the alert was at 3845, but then it immediately it popped just a little bit, but then it got down to 3737, and then it got back up to the alert price of 3845, and before it pulled back, it got up to 4185. I mean,
Yeah, I
that's a great
see.
run. That's a
Yeah.
great run.
Great run.
So I'm finding a way to, and I'm trying to, I don't know if the right word is teach people, but everybody wants to. Well, how do you use the AI? Well, I know how I'm using it now.
Well, yeah, these are all pretty nice looking
And the oust,
setups.
look at the
Yeah,
oust. I
let
mean, the
me.
oust is good too. I mean, for 599 down to 556, that's 7%. I mean, these are, and actually Peloton early was okay.
Yes.
PTON, it actually
Yeah.
went from 950 to about 980.
Yep.
But
Yep.
they're not all going to be rocket ships, of course.
No,
Do you
of
know the
course
one
not.
I'm actually waiting on is CFLT? CFL. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I read that wrong. I thought the current price was 36.68, but it's 35.68.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought maybe if it could get back up to that 36.97 level, and
Hmm.
then when you start looking left, if it can take out
Oh yeah.
37 and a bit, it's got some room.
Yep.
But
That's
it
where you
just may
just
not
stick an
happen.
alert, just stick an alert up there and just wait for it to go off.
Exactly.
Could
And
it could happen Monday or Tuesday, you never know.
it could,
Yep.
exactly. And I never anticipate, as you say, just stick an alert. I don't say, oh, it's going to happen. So why don't I do it now? Never do I do that.
No,
I know you do.
no. Oh
Or is
yeah.
it Jamie? Jamie, or I think you guys kind of do a little anticipatory.
I do it, and it got well, I didn't get killed. I got out. Luckily, I'm good about getting out quick when they don't work. But
Mhm.
that CN got me this morning, and you
Okay.
know what made me mad, Barry, is I'm always anticipating these, head fakes. So, I bought it at 307, and then I got a
Mhm.
nice little pop, and I'm saying, well, you know what? I can see this thing going to highs and then reverse. And so I had half of my position offered out just through highs, and of course it stops and it just comes right back down.
And that's trading. And that's
It
trading.
is.
And
It
look
is.
how long we've been trading. Okay.
I know.
So there's no 100% right all the time. There's no magic bullet, but you've got to be paying attention,
You do.
so
You really do.
that is trading.
Yep.
Well, my
And
friend,
and
it
you
is
got
now
and you
one
got to be
o'clock
disciplined. That's the thing
and
about it is
disciplined.
because I guarantee you there's people in here from the open that are just pounding the table right now, not understanding it was a great news why this thing is trading lower.
Yep.
You can't
Yep.
do that. Mm-mm.
Yep. You'll drive yourself crazy. Think, well,
Yep,
why isn't it doing what I think it should be doing because of the news? You'll drive yourself crazy.
exactly.
So, all right, my friend. Well, listen,
All
I'll
right,
let you
Barry.
go. It's now 1 o'clock. I'm sure we both are going to enjoy this weekend.
Yep.
So, have a great weekend.
You do the
And
same.
yeah, we'll
Yeah.
probably talk to you Monday.
All right. Bye, everybody. Have a great weekend. We'll see you.
Back in the room. Back in the room. So I was just saying to Andy in our YouTube room as we were wrapping up. Okay, come on. I can't get rid of the announcement. Okay, I'm gonna have to shut this down. Oh, my little tool that I use to do this is hung up. Let me try escape a couple of times. That's not working. Okay, screen's gonna go blank just for a second as I do a task manager and end that task. The Epic Pen, end the task. There we go. So I was just saying to Andy, though, the Anjo, which I'm in, and just before I went on my break, I was talking about this 1040, well, the 1050 level. So we had the alert at 1040, kind of chopped around a little bit, but once it got over that 1050 mark and started to move, I took the trade. Now, a little bit choppy, got up to 1078. I admit I took some off around the 1068 mark, held on, and now somewhat rewarded. However, I do think, this could be it. I mean, the high in the pre-market was about 1091, and that is in essence, I think where it got to 1090. It got to 1090. So I have a little bit left just in case it can take out that whole number of 11. Okay. I have to look at a weekly chart to see where it could go if it does take out that whole number. And on the weekly chart, we are looking at a lot better, 1259. So, I mean, if you're in this one and we get kind of lucky and it takes out 11, we've got some room. Definitely have some room. Guys, I mean, you see how you can use this AI. I mean, I'm telling you, great, just limited number of stocks to take a look at. And they're not all going to work, but you give me, I mean, arguably 4 out of the 5 worked. I'm sorry, 4 out of the 5. 4 out of the 7 worked. Okay. Peloton worked at the beginning before it fell back. And then, of course, these are all working, the Oust, BRZE, and Ango. And even this one, I was talking to Andy about this one, the FWRG. I mean, what could happen? We're just waiting to see if it can really take out the 1650 level, because you look left and it's got the room. Well, okay, on a daily chart, it has room down to 16. Okay, that is the FWRG. So it's not bad. Not bad at all. So you're new to trading. This is like, treat it like a watch list. It does look like that Anjo is not going to take out 11 or 12 or 11, sorry. We got some good little percentage move, 7% for Oust. Now the BRZE was a lot higher. I think it was about 7% also when it was up at 41 something. This one, of course, was a little higher when it was up at the 1090 level. So, you just got to follow them. And even this PDSP, I mean, you might look at it as in this fashion, PDSP. So what if is there a moving average, 571? What if it takes out 571? That is the VWAP. So what if it comes back down through 571? Maybe you take it there. You don't have to wait for it at 565. But this is why you practice. I'm getting rid of the Peloton guys because obviously that is not how you would have traded it. You would have taken profit. And that was in the simulator. I mean, this Oust, guys, this has some room still. I mean, this, I was a little reluctant because of the 566, but I mean, this still has room down to 5. The longer it stays here, it's tried a couple of attempts to get a little bit lower. And I saw you guys were talking about Forza. Boy, that was a messy one. All right, now this is a little unusual. Certainly this week, we don't usually get alerts after 12 o'clock. So I see this one is alerting ON. I don't know about this one. It's not an earnings play. And this is to go long. So I can see what it's kind of looking at, taking out this air. See, to me, it might stall at 89.52. So for me, even if I got from 89 to 89.52, it's just not enough, percentage basis. Now, if it breaks through that and gets all the way up here, fine. But, I'm looking at this 15-minute chart, and what I see could be some pretty tough resistance around 89.50. So consequently, I'm not too interested. This is the latest we've had an alert this week for the AI. Sure wish I'd seen this one earlier. AMS. Oh, okay, it hasn't moved that much. I see this showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Excuse me, this is an earnings play, 1026, pretty close to the whole number. I thought this was a lot lower. I thought this was higher. I thought it was at 1011 now. I thought this was more in the 1060s, but it wasn't. Oh, we're getting into Friday afternoon. Now, people say, well, I guess it really dries up. Not necessarily at all. I mean, I'm not the overall market might be, but some of the stuff that we look at, Look at Ampex, AMPX. Well, what I was saying is learning how. I mean, it's not anything earth shattering, but for instance, the BRZE. Now, understand, I'll never auto trade, never not that we can auto trade the AI anymore anyway, but look at the BRZE as an example. Okay, so at the beginning of the day, at 9:54, we had an alert at 38:45. So what happened? Now, I guess it did pop up a little bit, but then it came right back down to 37.47. And then it moved back up to the alert price of 38.45. How to use it is to set a price alert. So if you get an alert and then it moves in the opposite direction of the alert, set a price alert at the alert and see if it takes it out again, which is exactly in this case. I'm not saying they're all going to do exactly this, but in this case, you could have got into this trade even if it's not right at 38.45, at 38.60, 38.70, and it ran up to 41.85. That's a great percentage move. Just using this one as an example, okay? And you don't get too many alerts here. Angle was the same, ANGO for me was the same thing. You got the alert at 10:40, but and so that was the alert. I watched it, but I sort of thought I think it's going to have to take out 10:50. And then, after that, it got down to 10:40 again, the same price, hit it a couple of times, kept watching it, set a price alert. You can see that green line used to be a blue line. I think I set it at 10:48. When that happened, I said, okay, it's getting close to 10:50, broke a little bit above 10:50, took the trade. I mean, all I'm saying is that, here's the FWRG. I don't know if it's going to move down from here later, but we're back to the alert price of 1668 to short. Look what happened afterwards. I mean, one, two, three, four, five, six, seven, almost 2 hours before it got back down to that original alert price. Maybe, and then of course, when you look left, look at the room it's got. If it's got down to 16 on a daily chart. I'll bring up on a daily because I'm always looking to see, okay, if I take this trade, where could it go? So look at that, 1610. That's not bad from 1660. So that's all I mean. I mean, you've always been able to do something like that with the AI, but some of the problems is that you get way too many alerts. Not that you couldn't have gone through each one of the alerts and analyzed it the same way, but I'm just liking the fact that we're getting, usually now less than 10 alerts a day. Now, guys, we haven't had one like this for a while, okay? But the AHI, we haven't had one like this for a while. A fairly low float stock that if it takes off the high of the day later on, because it's hanging around, it hasn't completely collapsed. This could really get it going again, okay? Sort of into the close. So that's why I have an alert set up here around 209. That's the high. When we look left, there was room to I think 247, and then after that, even further. I think the trader mentality for me anyway, something that takes out the high with some volume could keep running for a while. So we haven't had one like this for a while. There was a several week period where, if you guys were in the room long enough, we were in the low float mania, as we were calling it. And so stocks that would go crazy at the beginning and then they kind of rest and then they take out the high of the day, 2 o'clock, 2:30, 3 o'clock. They could just keep running. Well, AHI, of course, showed up on the races over and over again. It won 12 races. It was in the momentum up many times. It was also my 10-day daily breakout. So there were a lot of That was late though, but it was here. So there were a lot of places where the AHI would have shown up. They don't all show up on the in the AI. And if you're wondering, well, why didn't AHI show up in the AI? Well, the simple reason is this: is that it's showing up here in the momentum up because it's meeting certain filter requirements. Okay, so the AI has a bunch of strategies that get optimized overnight, and those for the ones that made the cut have generated these alerts. The strategies that have made the cut doesn't matter what strategies made the cut, but the bottom line is that whatever strategies made the cut, AHI would not have passed the filters. Now there could have been a strategy that didn't make the cut that maybe would have got AHI. All right, but it doesn't matter. I mean, AHI was a lot. In fact, the very first time you would have seen it would have been in the halts, right down there at 103, right there. I mean, it got halted at 1056 and the price was 103. That's the first time you would have seen it. I'm still interested in this oust, guys. It's just kind of hanging around underneath the 560 level. I'd love to see it get into the low 50s. I'll probably take that trade, that short, if it gets into the low 50s, and see if it can have any room to get down to 5. And of course, I'll just set my price alert again. It did trigger at 555, but it didn't move. So I'm going to set it again. Yeah, I talked myself out of this trade early, the oust. I talked myself out of it because, well, it met my trading plan. So I don't, it wasn't like it was a struggle, but I looked left and I saw 572, it's 599. I just didn't think that would be enough. If I knew taking this at 599 on a short and it would get to 572, I'd say great. But the way I look at it is that as it starts approaching that, there could be a lot of covering. Because people thinking, well, it might stall there and bounce. So had that not been there, had this been here, if that was the next low looking left, I would have been all over this one. Which in the next low looking left would have been 510. Boy, that apron sure popped though, didn't it? That apron really, I'm surprised after the halt. All right, host, come on. But yeah, that apron. Sorry, where's the apron again? The apron really. That was the halt. Where was it halted at? 495. And then from that halt, it got all the way up to almost $10. Wow. Big wow. Not short of, ooh, no, not shortable for me. When I first looked, I think there were 13,000 shares. Yeah, but they've been snapped up. Boy, oh boy, this is one that I missed. Why did I miss this one? I can't remember. I must have been distracted, but there it is on my 10-day daily breakout at 11:19. I'm talking about Ampex, AMPX. The alert was at 10:08. And I got up to 10:58 right there. So again, this is a don't repeat version. So you'll see the first time you had the alert, the time, and then you can see what it did afterwards. And you can also see that little blue arrow, that tells you the candle in which the alert happened. So in fact, look at Carvana. You can just sort of see what did it do afterwards. Well, obviously, I mean, it didn't do it. It popped up to 27.38 from 26.17 before it really pulled back. But that's the idea. The Peloton did really well. I mean, quite frankly, got the alert at 9:33 at 9:03, and before it pulled back, it got up to 9:81. What did that Kramer stock do? 29.89. Yeah, got about a dollar, and then it pulled right back. Not a lot of big follow throughs, but look at Ampex. See, Ampex is way better because of the follow through. Has not had huge big pullbacks. Let's take a look at ADRT. Oh, glee, what happened here? It's it's a blank check. Okay, so this is yeah. I wish the SPACs wouldn't show up here. I don't like these SPACs, but I mean, I could create a symbol list and put some of these SPACs in, but it doesn't happen that often, so I'm not going to worry about it. All right, guys, what time is it now? It's 1:20, so I think I'll do my video right now. Say it's 1:21. So back around, I've got my little tool up and running. I'm doing my video. Then back around, what did I say? Say about 1:31. Okay, muting myself now. This Miro, excuse me, Miro keeps alerting me. Oh, I know why. This is one I was just trying to show somebody how to create a price alert. And I was using Miro, Miro as a test. It's not that I really want to not that I really want to see it. All right, guys. So keep looking at this oust. There's no log of there's if you're talking about my trades, HHC, there I don't log them. I talk about them. The only I took a loss in the pre-market for that TOI. I got angle for a bit of a win. But this is not a room in which, I or anybody else will tell you what to buy or sell. And my trading this week is a little bit light because of the test drive, a lot of questions, which is absolutely fine. And I'm waiting on this oust. I'm waiting on this oust. No, Thinkorswim does not work with Brokers Plus. There are only two brokerages that do, and that is Interactive, or there are Interactive Brokers and E-Trade. Now, I think we're testing Alpaca, but it's not ready yet. But right now, the only brokers that work with this Brokers Plus window are E-Trade and Interactive Brokers. Hmm. My sounds are off. Thank you, Pepe. As always. You're like Radar O'Reilly, anticipating things ahead of time and stuff like that. No, that's not pestering. Because all of a sudden I'd be sitting here going, why am I not hearing anything? I guess it's really dull or boring. And all of a sudden I realize, oh, sounds are off. Penny stock explosion. Not on my page now. A long time ago I had that, the penny stock explosion. Let's take a look at it. Ooh, because I don't know what this is. This is a chart. Yeah, this is just a chart. Really old school. I mean, that is something I haven't looked at my penny stock explosion in a long time. I obviously got rid of it. I went through a bit of a house cleaning in my I had so many. What happens is if you have so many things in the cloud, when you want to do a search in the cloud to find something, it can really slow down. So, and I had duplicates, but I guess I thought, you know what? I haven't used this penny stock explosion in a long time. All right, let's take a look at there's a tight stop. DNA. Well, you can kind of do a tight stop, I guess. It's got 1.24 billion in the float, so it's not like a super low float. It's going to be. I mean, It still can be whippy, but not like a super low float. So stock halts are found on my homepage on Mac. So if you go to my homepage, well, there's that Ampex again. The- Oh, I see Denver. Well, I put the link in, but if you go to my homepage, I mean, here's all the scans that I'm sharing. Scroll down until you see my scans, and there it is, halts resumes, and all the other scans that I'm sharing. Whoa, just a minute, guys. Oh, I got all excited there. I have to admit. I thought the AHI had taken out that 2 level, but no, it's on the way down now. I must have had for excuse me, whatever reason, I had a price alert there. Okay, so that's it. It's going to be it for that one. All right, guys, give me a moment. Just going to refill my water jug. All right, guys, I'm back. Wow, is Apron right back up there? So what Shady is, so he's long 868 with an $8 stop, okay? Or 862, sorry, with an $8 stop, not an $8 stop at $8. Not an $8 stop, down to 64. I've got to keep an eye on this Ampex, guys. I mean, it's already been on a great run, but where could it keep going to? You know what I'm going to do, guys? I'm going to add my weekly chart here. I'm just used to having that weekly chart. Okay, that's kind of how I like to see things. Well, the theory is that, people let a test drive, not to overwhelm them with all sorts of different time frames and this and that. But I think, we're at the end of the first week, so people want to add a weekly chart. I'll show them how to do it. But other than that, kind of get because I keep having to flip back and forth between a daily and a weekly, and I don't like to do it. All right, what is happening here? NXGL is starting to move. NXGL. Look at this. Look at this move. Big volume came in. Look at the volume that came in. It hasn't traded very much today. 402,000, 184,000 right there. What is NXGL? What do they do? Surgical and medical. Okay. So in that sector. Oh, guys, Ango. I say, oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Ingo popped up. Oh, I got all excited there. It came right back down. I say I'm just waiting to have a little bit left in case it takes out that 11. It did, but just briefly. Hmm. Oh, that's why I was doing it. Forgot why did I want to put a weekly chart up. So Ampax, I had AMPX. I have to take a look to see where it could go. So the next highs, looks like around 11 is a lot of resistance for AMPX right on the weekly chart. So not as enticing. Okay, looks like Oust is not going to do what I want it to do. So have my alert set down in this level here, 555. Doesn't look like it's going to take it out. So all I'm in right now, guys, is that Anjo, just in case. Don't have much left, but in case it did have that little flurry of excitement. And you look left on a weekly chart, and that's what's very interesting. 1230 is the next highs on the weekly for Anjo. Angiodynamics. Actually, I can do this. I don't need that as big a spy chart. You guys were talking in our YouTube room when Andy was there about rum. I see rum is on the move a little bit anyway, little bit on the move. One more time. Come on, Anjo. Take it out. Take it out again. What did it get to? There it goes. There it goes. Well, I shouldn't say that. Spread is terrible. 1101, 1111. So that's a little bit of it's a little bit misleading. I mean, that is the price, 1111, but the spread is 101. 1101, 1111. So it's a 10-cent spread. Need that bid to catch up to that ask. This is Interactive Brokers, guys. This blue screen you see here, little window. It's from Interactive Brokers, time and sales. I- This is the attraction, okay? 1250 in the 1250s. I'm not saying it's getting there, but that's kind of the attraction for the ANGO. And basically, they sold a part of their company. I don't know how big a part, but $100 million. That was the reason for this pop here. Spread is tightening a little bit here, guys. 1106, 1112. Oh, there we go. A little bit of a pop. Do I offer my entire layout? Yes, except this. And it's not that I don't want to, but in the layout that I created, it doesn't copy. Okay, so not that I don't want to, but you can have virtually everything. I did add a weekly chart, okay, but I can give you my layout. So what you'll see if you load my layout. Oh, this is the floating version, okay? It's not the dock version. If you want the dock version, dock meaning, everything, everything is inside this dock. I gave you the floating version, which means that these windows are floating like this. They'll show up exactly the same spots, but you will not get this because this does not, unfortunately, copy in a layout. And if you're using our web-based version, you will not get this. Now, if you want to have the Brokerage Plus window, if you want that, then you click on new and then new and then new Brokerage Plus, and then this window will show up. Okay. TRNO. Wow. I mean, I think William talking about this one a long time ago, TRNO. So look at this on this weekly chart. So it's broken down through that. The next low on the weekly chart is 57.56. So, a couple dollars, not a little over a dollar away. This is not an earnings play that I can see anyway. Another halt here, guys. Whoa. Maybe not over. I keep thinking this is over. Boy, I tell you, keep an eye on this AHI if it takes out the highs of the day. I'm now highly risky. Okay, I'm not at all suggesting anybody should take this trade if it takes out the high of the day. But I'm just saying that it could do something. See, this weekly chart really gives a good perspective now of what the idea. 247 is the next high or so. If it can take out the high of the day, and then if it does something really crazy, the next high is way up here at 332. I wonder how many shorts there are available for that one. Certainly not at Interactive Brokers. So take a look at where it could open. This is impressive. Okay, this looked like. I mean, I thought this was all over. 142 could have been kept sinking down, down, down. But so this is pretty impressive. Don't see any news. Still don't see any news. So what William is talking about, no shorts and no options. So again, we can't speak for every single broker, but you don't have to worry about short selling then. You don't have to worry about people piling in it. So if you're going to go long this, you don't have to worry about, in a widespread way anyway, of people shorting it and driving the price down. Now, lots of profit taking obviously can take place, and that'll drive it down. But look at that, 100 million shares have traded, 13 million in the float. Well, I, for one, am definitely waiting on this one. I want to see what happens when it comes out of the halt. This is not really telling us much. A lot of times you'll see this is the projected open, but you really, there's nothing that's telling you where it's going to open. A lot of times you'll see, something halted at 187 and you'll see a projected open at, 2 or 210 or if it's on the downside, something quite a bit lower than 187. Yeah, I mean, you're right, William. I just wonder how many shorts. I don't think any shorts were available all day long for AHI at Interactive Brokers anyway. I don't think so. But yeah, I mean, you never know. Lots of games played, but I'm definitely interested in this one if it takes out this high here. Um, 154 plus 15 seconds. So if it's a 5-minute halt, it'll be opening at 159 plus 15 seconds. So a little more than a minute for this to open if it's a 5-minute halt. Now, the interesting thing, we'll see how much this starts to change, if at all. At least a little bit of excitement for a Friday afternoon with 2 hours left in the market. See how it just inched up a penny, just inching up a little bit, guys. All right. 4, 3, 2, 1. If it's a 5-minute halt, there it is. It just opened. Did it get halted again? No, it's still trading. I see it's still trading. No, shoot! It got halted again. It did get halted again. You could kind of tell because the bid ask was 204, 205, and something, and it just sort of hung there for a bit. And something this, this volatile that didn't make sense. So it did get halted again right here, 205, 204. Now it gets interesting, guys, depending on where it opens. There's the high of the day, 208. But now we got to wait another 5 minutes. So 159. I see we don't. So when something gets halted so quickly in our house or Zoom, sometimes it doesn't show up as a halt. Okay. So anybody have the actual time it got halted? Probably like 159 and I don't know, 30 seconds. What is there to check, Theo, on the Angel? What do you want me to check? I'm completely out of it now. Okay. I mean, I was pretty excited the fact that it got over 11, but the fact that it took out 11 again. So I had a little bit left, so I got out of it. But what do you want me to check? If you're asking me if I think it's a good buy or a short, I mean, obviously I can't tell you that. I'd be right now. I mean, I had some news today. Selling, getting $100 million for some product that they have, so. But it may have shot its gap right now, not being able to keep over 11. But I don't know. Yeah, well, the reason why. Okay, I just said the reason why. Completes a $100 million sale of their dialysis unit. There was an AI alert. I did okay on it. Right now, though, I am just waiting on this one. Well, again, what do you want me to say though? I mean, if you like it still, then if you think it's a good swing, but I'm out of it now. I mean, it was an AI alert early. All right. Well, I'm going to say that this got halted about 159 and say 159.45 around then, maybe. Maybe it was open for 30 seconds before it got halted again. So this will be maybe around 204 plus 45 seconds in that range. And where is it going to open? 207 right now, projected. Okay, well, if I'm right, it should be opening fairly soon if it's going to be a 5-minute halt. There it is. There it is, guys. Halted again. Whoa, halted again, halted again. Look at this. Now, I did something I never do. I hope it's going to work out for me. Yeah, we'll see what happens. So what happened is when you heard me go shoot, it's because I didn't get my fill that I wanted and I left it in and I put it up to 213. And I actually got, yeah, I got a great fill. I got a great fill on that at 210. I don't know why, because I've never done, I should say never, but I rarely do that. So that was halted. Okay. So what I did was I said, okay, I'm going to stick an alert or a fill, a buy order, sorry, at 213. Remember the halt was at 204 or so. And I thought, well, maybe I can get some if it pops through. If it went down, no harm. It's not going to kill me. But if it popped through, maybe I would get some. I got my entire order filled. And now I'm going to hold on for dear life because now we're looking at maybe 242. I can't, I want this thing to open so quickly. How do you get the AI alerts? Well, are you part of the test drive? You are part of the test drive, aren't you, Fail? Are you? You're part of the test drive? I mean, just load the window, the strategy trades all window. I'll show you how, but I have to know if you're part of the test drive. I think you are, but I just need a yes. Okay, so just go to new. I mean, you should have had this up and running all week, but anyway, new, and then premium AI strategy trades window. This is the window that you'll see, okay? And then so Monday morning when you load trade ideas, I don't know what time you should load trade ideas at say 9:30. This window will be blank and just wait for the alerts to happen. Okay? Make sense? Come on, open. Okay, does that make sense? Load this window, make it part of your layout if you have a layout. If you don't have a layout, well, make sure before the market opens at 9:30 Eastern time, load this window and then just wait for the alerts to happen. Okay? And how you're going to trade them is up to you, but I mean, this is, the Anjo was right there. Again, so this got halted almost immediately. Yeah, so the resumption was at 208. That's why I could get it at the good price. So 204, I'm going to say it was open for 15 seconds. So let's go 205. So maybe at 210. which is about 20 seconds away. So far, this is holding. This price. This is the nerve-wracking part. Okay, guys. I guess it's slightly longer. It could be a 10-minute halt. Yeah, so much for a quiet Friday afternoon, at least for me. So this is what I'm looking at, guys. Just looking at this, potential open doesn't mean it has to open there, but this is obviously going to be more than a 5-minute halt. Believe me, I was trying to sell it when it got into the 30s, but it went so fast to this level and then it just halted immediately. So now, again, looking left, that high is up here at 245. Oh, that scared me. I thought it was opening at 245. So this might be around a 215 open. So again, I was able to get some shares off, but I was actually trying to unload my entire position, but I got some shares off and then it got halted. So I still have the majority of my stock. So I'm just waiting to see when it's going to open. Well, I really can't do anything right now, guys, in terms of being distracted. I've got my finger on the submit button, and you're just going to see what happens. Well, nothing I can do about it. There's nothing I can do about it in terms of the length of the halt. So it's nothing to do with nerves right now. There's nothing I can do. You just have to wait and but believe me, I'm on the submit button and I've got a way lower price than 240. That, in case it does, it does something really bad. All right. Well, maybe 15 seconds. Okay, guys. All right. What can I say? Woo. And all right, guys. Well, I've traded most of my position out. Now I'll just hold some. Well, it's halted again. I think it's going to halt again. Yeah, it's halted again. Oh boy, look at that. I have traded most of my position out, but look at this. But I'm not going to regret it. I will not regret it if it opens at 280. I will not regret it. Could have gone the other way. But here's the bottom line. Do you recall my saying many times? Now, I thought this was over. I honestly thought when the AHI was moving down here, down to 142, I thought it was kind of going to be over for the day. Of course, that little green candle got me really interested again. But I said, guys, if it takes out the high of the day and knowing trader mentality, this could have a great run. And because the next high was 245, which is above that now, plus, of course. I don't know where it's going to open. I don't really care now. I don't have that much left. It would have to go even if it went to zero, it wouldn't affect me. Whew. Well, you understand why there's a gap, Goose, is because it was halted. Goose says, don't like the gap on the 1 minute chart. Well, if you're in it, you love the gap. It's because it was halted. So the first trade out of the halt is way above the halt price. That's why there's a gap. Hey, well, and again, this is done on no news that I can see. Not even a trader circulating, piece of news or rumor news. I don't see any news on this. Meanwhile, Oust, which I don't care about anymore, is sort of inching its way down, but I don't care about that anymore. So again, it halted at what, 215 or resumed at 215. So I'm going to assume it halted so soon afterwards. So let's say 215 plus 30 at 30 seconds. So if it's a 5 minute halt, but the other one was not, it was a 10 minute halt, but we'll see. So it could be 220 plus 30 seconds. No, I see nothing on the AHI. Nothing. It's only up 716%. Okay, guys. So again, if this is going to come out at 2:20, plus maybe 30 seconds or so, let's see if this resumes again. Because the halts happen so quickly, we get to resume, but because they happen so quickly, it's not. I should ask Brad or somebody why that happens. Why even if something gets halted within, I don't know, 10 seconds, 20 seconds out of the resumption, why it's not picking up on our halts resumes. Not that we don't know it's halted. We obviously know it's halted, but well, Mrs. Anderson wanted something maybe a little present this weekend, so maybe the ante has just been upped. I've never, you know what, Tank? I have not done that. I cannot remember the last time I did that. When you guys heard me say shoot, it was because I didn't get it just over two. And I left a fairly doesn't matter how the size, but I put something in at 213 while it was in the halt, thinking, okay, if it comes out of the halt and it goes through 213, maybe I'll get some. You know, I was thinking maybe I'll only get 100 or 200, whatever. Doesn't really matter how many shares I got. But boy, I got an entire fill at I'm amazed at the 211. 211. But it could have gone the other way. I could have got that entire fill at 211 and it could have dropped immediately to 180. So I mean, but I thought, what the heck? What is it? YOLO. No, let me put that in. I'll put in the promo code. No, no. I mean, think about it. It's impossible for it to be 30% off on a monthly basis because then why would anybody take an annual subscription? So it's the first month only, okay? But this is what I would do. Nope, can't find any news on not just me, others have looked, can't find any news on AHI. So what you can do is this, okay? So when you click on it, there is the promo code to use. You click on select your subscription, early bird 30. But you can always start off with a standard or a premium if you want to have access to, and try us out for a month, with 30% off. And if you really like it, then you can we'll honor the 30% on the annual. But no, it is not 30% every month. Otherwise, why would anybody take out an annual subscription? Obviously, the reason for taking out an annual subscription is to get your per monthly cost down, but you have to pay up front. Premium would be about $1,400. Standard would be about $700. Okay. Meanwhile, time is it? 14:24, 2:24. This is going to be a 10-minute halt anyway. Okay, well, 2:15:06. So I'm going to say 2:25:06 if it's a 10-minute halt. So we're at another maybe 30 seconds or so if it's a 10-minute halt. The longer that holds, 280. There's your halt price, 253. There's your, potential open. Finger on the submit button for the balance of my shares. So again, about maybe 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, 5 weeks ago, we would see these sort of plays quite a bit. In other words, stocks that really had a run, kind of rested a bit, and then there we go. Okay, I'm out. I'm out, out, out. This is probably going to go to, $1,000, but that's okay. I'm out. And it might get halted again on the way down this time. Yeah, just got halted on the way down, a little bit on the way down. Okay, that's enough. Wow. Okay. So this, we were in a 2 or 3 weeks where we were I was calling it anyway, low float mania. A lot of them were China stocks, but it started with the China stocks, but then it just got to any stock that was a low float, and we'd see huge moves. Okay, pre-market we see huge moves. Market would open, we'd see a huge move, and then maybe it would pull back. Not necessarily a lot, but it would just pull back and kind of rest for a while, and then I would then about 2 o'clock or so, one for while this is at 1:45, but yeah, there's the 2 o'clock right there, popping through the highs of the day and then moving a lot more again. Now, sometimes a little bit later, maybe 2:30, maybe even 3. And as long as they had room, and most of these crazy little low floaters had a ton of room they could move before they would hit the next high. And so I would say, guys, just put a price alert. Even later on, even sometimes, not that I would trade very much in after hours, but you could see some of these just moving after hours, taking out the high of the day just before the market closed, and then really start to move after hours. Yeah, we haven't seen one for a while, but there was I'd say about a good 3 week period that we were in that low float mania. Comes and goes, guys, comes and goes. So, and this is what kind of happens. You get this sort of a trade, and all of a sudden, traders who did not partake in this are thinking, man, I missed this one. I'm going to watch for something like this on Monday. Okay. So this one may begat to get biblical. Some other ones next week. We don't know. There's no ratio. There's no ratio, Raglad. I mean, it's a lot of it is feel, believe me. So it's not like I take a third at this level, a half at this level, and something like this. I mean, I'm just paying obviously an insane amount of attention. This is not my normal type of a trade. Taking something that's halted and putting a price above it. I just got lucky. I was thinking, should I yank it? Should I yank it? Should I yank it? Yeah, third halt. I mean, in our experience of watching halts over the last few years, first halt is usually great. Second halt can be pretty good. It's the third halt that can, fuel the selling. It's not scientific, but time is it? 2:30. I've been riding my bike. Absolutely. Absolutely. Had a nice ride yesterday. So guys, any questions? I am done. I am not going to trade. I'm not going to tempt fate. This doesn't look like it's going to go down either. I mean, it's still sitting at 270, 270. But I'm not, I'm out of it, completely out of it. So I will keep the room open, maybe I'll shut down at 3, but if I have questions, I'll keep it, I'll keep the room open as long as I have questions. Well, I can't wait. I have a weird question to type, but I'll try. Go ahead. This is from our YouTube room. The weirder, the better. Ah, look at us now. Shoot. I can't do it. I can't do it. But I was waiting for forever. Whoa, look at Ahi. You guys are tuna fans. Ahi, ahi. Wow. So, you got halted on the way down a little bit, but it wasn't like a dramatic halt on the way down. And look at it now, and it's halted again. Where is this going? So the AI works, I mean, there's different ways. I mean, the I don't know what I've got this on. I mean, I should know, but I don't really care. But the options, AI trade size. So I'm using $5,000 per trade in this case. This really should be based on risk. I should put it on risk, risking say $100 a trade. No, that would look better. But so yes. So I think I know understand the question. So you could set up an Excel spreadsheet and you would input, and the way I trade is I try to risk the same amount every single trade, okay? So I'm not risking 1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 100 the next. I try to risk the same amount every single trade within reason. So in an Excel spreadsheet, you can set that risk amount, and then you can input your entry price and your stop price, and that'll calculate how many shares to take. If that answers your question. Now, on something super, super fast moving, a little bit more difficult to do. But something that is, reasonably trading, like it's not going up 40 cents a second. No, 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 no trade ideas window, no. But it's pretty simple to do within Excel. Wow. Now I wish I had everything. Look at this, 320, 320. But guys, I'm telling you, this could be an omen about what might happen next week with some of these low. And this is not a crazy low float. I mean, it's low. 13 million is not high, but for usually when we see something like this, I mean, this stock is up 858%. Usually you would see something like a million or 2 million in the float. Still a very low float. Oh, All right, guys, I'll be right back. I see what I just assumed he meant if, he sees something here and he wants to, somehow share size, he knows where his stop is. But you're right. If you're trying to trade a specific strategy, boy, another halt here. So Tank, you know what? I mean, this is going against this is going against the norm here. All these halts and still. Hmm, there we go. Well, a little bit of a delay here, but that's it's been pretty good all week. Um, when you say how long has it been gone, what do you mean by that? Gone. Remember, you can have this. You can have this. It's on my homepage. The whole just because I'm not displaying it doesn't mean you can't have it. Wow. I mean, this is especially with no news. I don't want to call it. I mean, I hate labeling things. I mean, whether we call it a short squeeze or not. I mean, first of all, I don't know how many people can short this. So it's not like it's a high short for a high. We have nothing regarding the short flow percent. So this is not something. And looking at ID and probably a lot of brokerages out there don't have any shorts available. So typically for a short squeeze, you need a pretty high short float percent, and then maybe some news And then, then the demand comes in and all those who are short are having to cover. But in this particular case, I have no idea how many people actually can short this. But I also don't, to label things, I don't really get into the labeling, whether we call this a short squeeze, yes or no, you know. And I'm not trying to belittle what you said, but honestly, what difference does it make? Whether it is or, but all I'm saying is typically a short float or a short squeeze would have a short float percent. Let me go to another website. I don't even know if that website has that information. Yeah, that website that this dilution tracker. Well, it's nice to see that the float is about the same, 13.9, 13.8, but I don't see a short float percent here. And I don't know if that website actually has that. All it is really, for whatever reason, this started to move, and traders around the world, we're not unique in terms of, being able to spot these things. I think that we've obviously we saw this back here, guys. This is where it first happened. And not every program has a Halts resume scanner, but this is the first time we saw this at 103. Okay, at 10:56, halted because of volatility at 103 right here. So, you could have followed it all day long from 103 on. Okay, it opened. Now, maybe this is it. Maybe this is it. It just got halted on the way down. And now, this is a little more ominous. There's the halt at 290, and here's your, projected open. So, but look at this halt resumes window. I think yesterday, let me do a history of yesterday. Hopefully this works. That was uh, okay, fairly full. Oh, wait a minute though. Is this okay? So that's 9:31. Yeah. So this is yesterday. So I mean, few. Of course, a lot of them are the same symbol, but compare that to today. Oh, no, I have to do today. This list. Again, a lot of it is AHI, of course. Yeah, I don't remember. I don't how many other trading programs have. I mean, I'm not saying we invented it, but a halt scanner, a halt alert, like as a scan. You can get that halt scanner from my homepage. Go click on my homepage link. Okay, I just put my link in. Click on it, and you will see. This is what you'll see to begin, and just scroll down until the scan section. Click here, and then here it is. Halts resumes. Okay, and my other scans that I am sharing. Okay. All right, guys, 2:45. So again, I may shut down at 3. I will stay later if there are questions. And of course, we'll do this again all next week. For those of you in the test drive, it'll go till the 20th inclusive. I think you guys actually got 11 days. Because there's a holiday on next Monday, I think. Not this Monday, but a week Monday. And that's why we extended it to Tuesday. Well, look at this one, guys. Marinus. This has been on I saw this one. I saw this one here, and you always think, okay, how much further can it go? And sometimes they just keep going and going and going. The next high looking left on the weekly is about 1051. Obviously, had some really. Is this since May 11th? No, this was no great shakes. I mean, it had earnings here in this area right here. And then since the earnings, look at this, it just dropped. That's not what I see, Drora. 252. I don't know what you're looking at, but Interactive Brokers, this is what it says, 290 on the halt, 253, not 32 cents. Anything can happen, though. I mean, no, it started at 62 cents. So I don't know what you're looking at the bid of 32 cents. Well, I cannot speak for a Fidelity Drora. Okay, I can only speak for Interactive Brokers. So I don't know what Fidelity, why they would have that at 32 cents. No, it does not make sense. I've found that Interactive Brokers is very reliable when it comes to stuff like that. So Apron is firing up. Yeah, just starting to slow down a little bit here. Yeah, no, they did. I think Shady is in it. I don't think he got stopped out because they had an $8 stop, unless that stopped. Yeah, I don't think he got stopped out. So good for you, Shady. It's possible, Goose. I don't look at those stats at all. That's only if you auto trade and all that stuff, okay? It's very possible, but as I've been saying constantly over this week, and I'll say it next week, the way to use the AI is not auto trading. It's to, I mean, put price alerts at certain levels. We don't get too many alerts. So just put price alerts. You get an alert. You don't have to take the trade right away. I use that BRZE as an example. It dropped down below the price and it got back up to the alert price. And so you definitely had an opportunity to take it there. But I don't look at stats at all like that. That's only if you're auto trading, okay, Goose? And we're not auto trading the AI. Treat these like it's a watch list, okay? A watch list that is automatically generated for you. Not just you, but anybody else. Now we're starting to get the halts left and right again on the AHI, but now this is on the way down. It's halted again. Look at Carvana now. I wonder if Carvana shorts are available. I'm not going to do it now, of course, but yeah, so they've come back. They've come back. I'm surprised because why would they have covered? 241,000 shares now available, Interactive Brokers, Carvana coming right back down. I would have thought that you still couldn't get them because why would be people, well, maybe covering here, but and I'm only talking Interactive Brokers. Okay, guys, we're getting close to 3 o'clock. Again, I'll stick around if there are questions. If there are no questions, though, I think I will shut down at 3. A little bit early. Usually it's about 3:20, 3:30. But I think I'll, and it opened again. Opened on the way down. Did it? Yeah. And immediately halted again. Probably. Oh, I see why you guys are talking about MGOL. Figure out what's the D. I know what a HAGW is, but have a have a have a have a tequila. Yeah, I know. That's what I thought you meant. Have a great weekend. Yeah, yeah. You too. Okay, guys. If it's okay, again, if I don't see any other questions, I'm just looking. I don't see any other questions, so I think I'll just shut it down now. Okay. Nice week. Nice. Yeah. Everybody, yeah, have a great weekend, everybody. Rest up. Well, again, Monday morning, I'll be on the mic at 9 o'clock, sharing my screen, and again, going to about 3:30. And again, this is like this. It's not, this room is like this, not just because it's a test drive. This is the way it always is. So my script is in. Have a great weekend. And now for YouTubers, same thing. Have a great weekend.